Hello everybody and welcome to the SendouQ Season 9 finale to tee us off on who gets to win Season 9 of SendouQ here today. My name is Kyo, and on the other side, got the direction right this time. Rocket joins me. Rocket, welcome to SendouQ Season finale. We got ourselves a tournament with 12 amazing teams participating for, of course, a prize pool at the end, but to see who gets to be crowned the Season 9 winner, and this will be a lot of fun to watch, Rocket.
100% Keon. So excited, so thankful to be with you here today. Of course, thank you for joining us as always, all of you dear viewers, for yet another conclusion of the SendouQ season. This time the end of SendouQ season number 9, like you mentioned, that prize pool of $500 here could help in some early Cyber Monday spending, so these teams will have a little bit extra motivation here to get things going off. But speaking of getting things started here, we'll be looking at Ants versus ezmd as our first game.
Yeah, Ants versus ezmd are going to be our leadoff match here to kick us off in the group stages, to say the least. Before we talk about the two teams here, Rock, I want to illustrate what the format is, especially for those who are not familiar with the format. It's a zones-only tournament. Let's get this out of the way. You're only going to be seeing zones. No other modes exist. So each team submits 6 maps for their pool of maps to be played, and it gets rolled into the best of 5 pools that we see here. So this is gonna be a lot of fun to watch how each team dish things off. So that's your format: best of 5 zones only map to kick off all the group stages here. And we got Ants, but back to the teams. Ants versus ezmd. Ants as a collective features probably a core that features Owl, T, Slord, and Notme, who has worked together in one tournament, and we'll talk about the other team, ezmd, after we wrap up game 1. They're not gonna waste any time. Let's get the show on the road here. Rocket, as game number 1 begins. I take that back. Miner is gonna be the sub for this one. Ant's gonna be on the Bravo side. Alpha side is gonna be ezmd. We take a look at the weapons. Anything that sticks out to you to start, Rocket?
I mean, pretty standard weapons from what ezmd runs as a team, EU team littered with talent. Of course, Devin in 4K on that signature E-leader is very dangerous. On Brine Water Springs, just given the sniper sightlines you really have. Miner getting one back, though, onto Kiki. The Tri-Strikes on the side of Ant's going to be very vital to just keeping that flow of the zone, with Miner getting a nice 2 on top of that. Here come the strikes and a quick zone flip, potentially for Ants.
Yeah, potential zone split that only took a few extra seconds to get, but they're able to do just that. We got to see Prime, by the way, dishing out a few picks there on that with their stamper, unfortunately going down to the snipe fighter in this situation. But the back and forth we go between both teams, and Rocket, as you know, in higher levels of Splatoon games, these games are a lot more quicker pace. You get to see more teams be opportunistic with picks that they get across the board. Once one member goes down, they're going to look to advance and look for that lockout positioning here in this Brine Water Springs zones map. And so far they're getting pushed back here. It is going to be what I believe is going to be Ants on the purple colored side, I believe. We're trying to move forward here. 46 points remaining is going to be the score. Rocket is a solid counterpush that we see right away from Ants.
Yeah, ezmd looking at the outside of the zone, looking in, trying to get a foothold, will be able to, just off of the pressure that Devin is able to put on by that E-leader presence. Now here comes the Zipcaster, managing to find Miner on that bottom drop as well. Cooler being popped will continue to lead into the momentum swing in favor of ezmd, flowing up on this left side ramp as well. But here comes the crab being popped out. You could have Nori getting out that crab at the very least, but losing their life for the troubles. But here is the vital team fight, the team fight that could determine the zone flip and the lead flip, as well. As you see Kiki close to that Booyah Bomb, finds one onto Miner, and with 3 down on the side of Ants, will allow ezmd to get that lead.
That triple situation immediately meant that Booyah Bomb's gonna get popped. That's gonna be full usage of the zone them out. And 3 members, by the way, scurrying in from Ants, trying to get the zone split back. This actually gives ezmd a lot of pressure to work with only 13 points remaining and still counting down. This is gonna be Ants' only chance to counter back with the crab take. They're just gonna get shut down just like that. Ants all going down. The wipeout is indeed the cherry on top. Rocket, how do we kick off SendouQ Season 9 finale? It's ezmd taking home game 1 to start off the best of 5.
Yeah, in a very impressive knockout fashion, a comeback, come from behind victory in and itself as well. But These are very standard weapons that EZMD is running. You have the double mid line in S-Blast Stamper, followed up with that E-Leader backline, and of course that Zap to support. It is a very oppressive comp for that reason, in which it is so well-rounded. You see a lot of comps now switching away from the Pen typical backline support and more forward towards a Zap frontline support. And the unique case of EZMD's comp is it has two mid lines to really support that poking ability. The Zap is always there, of course, to provide that paint support, and that's exactly what EZMD used as their strength against Ance's comp.
Yeah, and it also illustrates, by the way, how standard both these comps were from the very get-go. And the thing I wanted to allude to before both teams did this, I wanted to kick off this game one. Ants as a team only playing together for one particular tournament, and they're having to bring in Miner, who I believe has been participating in the Splatoon NA League, if I'm not mistaken, as well earlier for their sub. So there is still some things that having to be ironed out with Ants gameplay against probably a team that has played a lot of tournaments themselves, EZMD. Which, by the way, has a collection of results to their name. I believe a second place in the recent in the zone appearance as well. So EZMD, of course, no strangers to SendouQ. They here, and they're kicking things off really well for them with that game one victory. We move on to Inkblot zones, which, by the way, mentioned before, it's going to be both teams submitted 6 zones map to the pool. This is going to be Ance's map selection. EZMD had the Brinewater Springs map earlier just for a little bit of color there, but we go ahead into this Inkblot zones map, which is a big zone. You just have to deal with the giant building that's in the middle. EZMD is already out right away there as two members have gone down within the first 15 seconds. They make that into a triple 3-down situation. Miner and the rest of Ants are moving up forward. Rocket already an explosive start to begin.
Yeah, that was a two-person left side push off rip. Miner and Alwo, the Gal and the Bucket, already immediately causing that disruption. EZMD themselves do have to worry about that early aggression, because we saw a similar story play out in Brinewater, where you had Ants just pushing up, getting that early aggression, getting that early zones flip, but then eventually EZMD was able to get back into the zone, which is now what Ants has to worry about. You have the wave breaker going out, already halfway under now for Ants point total, all the way down to 46, but here comes the potential counter push on this right side. You have Kiki, and you have the Stamper going in, trying to get anything going with the Zipcat. They are getting taken out. However, you have 2 players going down on the side of Ants, so it will be a successful zone flip and a successful counterattack. Yeah.
On top of it too, I think to go back to the first cap right away, EZMD I think were just caught way off guard with Ance's immediate push there, especially going with the flank. You know that eliminated 2 of them, and that's kind of how. And EZMD had to play from behind to at least get the early game started. But the good news for them is they have won the fights that they need to help stave off a potentially devastating push. Ants is just trying to look and spot out a few other members, but they are going to be dropped in 3 down. Made that a full wipeout against Ants. EZMD already recovering, and they will get the lead here shortly. They got a special available, which is just a lone wave breaker here from Devin 4K, and it's going to be Silver, by the way, moving up forward, trying to provide a lot of pressure. Ants already locked out so far. Points are going down. Only a lone crab tank that was supposed to get used, but is going to be snuffed out right near the ramp. And this could be another KO coming in here from EZMD. That's going to be 3 down. That is for sure going to be the KO. The wipeout is once again the thing that seals it. And Rocket, despite the rough start from EZMD, they do recover nicely. They're up 2-0, one win away rather from getting the first set of the game for them.
Yeah, and that entire game played very similarly to game 1 on Brinewater Swings. You had EZMD maybe stumbling a little bit at the very beginning. You saw Ants with that very strong start. It was very evident there on that game 2 with Inkblot Art Academy, those 2 pushing up, forcing the 3-player down situation. But afterwards, EZMD was really able to rally, get in that retake, and keep Ants locked out of the zone. Retakes, I will always stress, are the hardest part of zones. It is really difficult to make sure everything is firing on all cylinders, but it's so important in that aspect, because if you don't, you'll have a similar situation that is being played out right now, where Ants has been unable to really regain control of that zone. And now being put to set point on Crab Leg Capital, they are going to have to at least get something under their feet to maybe turn this around, but it's going to be a monumental hill to climb.
Monumental, probably the understatement of the day here from for Ants, because because they've had 2 KOs to start. They've, I think, almost signs of life right away from game number 2. on top of it. You've alluded to before, pretty much the exact same way the game kind of played out here in game number 2. So you go over to the third game here coming up, and I think this is going to be one of those games where for Ants having to piece together a team again with Miner coming in as their fourth member, that's a little bit of an interesting dynamic for the team that's trying to get their footing together against a team that has played together. I've alluded to it in the past, and of course a team that I think is somewhat newish to SendouQ is going to have to show what they have in their wheelhouse so far. And it looks like we do have our first major change here. It's going to be one of the members switching over to 96 Galdeco. A Kraken has made a grand appearance here in Crab Lake zones.
And yet again, Devin, of course, on that E-Leader, another strong map for E-Leader, similarly to Brine Water Swings, so it's going to be a rough hill to climb, a rough challenge to avoid for Ants to make sure they are not in the sight lines of that E-Leader on the right side. A one-for-one trade happening on that right side, speaking of which, as both sides still heavily contesting that zone, trying to get your initial specials going. Seb trying to get another cooler potentially going, but it does look like ezmd now being the ones with the first controlled zone.
Yeah, ezmd with the first control of zones, and now Ants is going to have to, Ants for their first set here, they're going to look for a way to re-engage, try to find any other members they can find, but so far 2 members already dropping is going to push them back. We do get to see Kikawa, by the way, pushing onto the left-hand side. We're using that S-Blast and its range to see if they can poke out Ants so far. Booyabomb being used. It's going to be thrown into the 3 members right near the cooler. It's going to be zoning so far, and it is going to stall out Ants for just a bit. 2 members already going down near that right-hand side of the map. They did drop the Slosher. They did pick up the cooler earlier, but the jumps are already coming in, all in conjunction, and it isn't good, and Ants aren't able to capitalize right away. They will get the zones cap, but not for long. Rocket, at the very least, Ants buy themselves a little bit of time, but ezmd always has a response.
That was a crucial fight that Owl had on that left side, just unable to really execute, but now maybe some redemption here with the Crab. They already found one onto the Zap. You have another pick being taken out. That is Silver going down on the jump in, and now Ants seemingly solidified, just doing a little bit of cleanup onto Kiki. Will have that strong control of zone. This is the exact situation now Ants has been looking for in this set so far. They haven't been able to do this on game 1 and game 2, but now game 3. This could be the potential swing factor for them to finally get some momentum into their favor.
Yeah, and so but they are gonna have to lose the 2 that they have. The lead is gonna change hands so far. They did drop the splash did drop earlier. They're having a rough go at it from the early stages so far. And 2 members going down. A nice little response from ezmd at the very least. We're gonna be seeing some lead changes to say the least. A little bit of back and forth we go. Owl is dropped once again by Kikawa on that S-Blast. Silver just trying to lurk larger with that Stamper, but it looks like it's gonna be T and Miner. Now they're all trying to push onto the right hand side of the map. Now the Crab already being used. They are going to try to dish out a lot of paint, and they're actually trying to snub out 4K, Devin 4K here, which there are being surrounded across every side of the map, but there is the Kraken that is being used to zone them out even further. Owl's going to try to go for the collapse onto one of the other members there. Seb is going to be able to win out that fight. So did 2 other members. That is a little nice response, a little sloppy though, but it is going to give Ants some time to put ezmd in the penalty box, but they won't be able to get out of it themselves. They're going to need a little bit more firepower from here.
Yeah, Ants now scrambling just to regroup themselves, but the players falling, staggering. 2 players down in Ants' backcourt there. You have now another one with Miner going down, and now you just got to regroup. You got to hit another retake that you had previously. ezmd with their such powerful poking abilities waiting for them underneath. Silver going in with an early Zipcat, maybe to get anything going, but they go down early. Now that's the advantage that you need for Ants to move in. They do lose their pen, so a little bit of momentum will be lost on that push, but Owl's Crab coming out on this left side. Here come Miner strikes as well. Only 2 of them will land into that zone, but they won't be able to cap it quite yet. 2 players are down on the side of ezmd. This is the opportunity that Ants need to move in. They need to take advantage of it. They will get that strong control of the zone. However, you do have Silver there still being a thorn in the side of Ants.
What's also being a thorn on the side of Ant, not just Silver right now, is Ant just not able to win those 1v1s against ezmd. ezmd has always came out on top during these situations so far, and it's just starting to get out of control right away here for Ants, as Miner now just having to be moving backwards, just caught by a long range slash there by Silver, and only a minute left to go on the clock. Now the time has to be now, but there are no specials available. They have to find a way to get 1 member out of the picture. That's going to be the Cyber that drops though. The Stamper also dropping from ezmd's, and a nice little snipe from Devin. 4K takes out Miner. 2 members have gone down. But the Crab, with all of its power, just doesn't have enough left in the tank. Rocket, that will be the set for ezmd, a clean 3-0 sweep to kick off the SendouQ Season 9 finale for ezmd.
Yes, and we saw their winning formula throughout all 3 of those games. It was just that poking ability that Ants was just unable to really take advantage of, and that was just the nature of how many comps they've really tried to even bring up against ezmd. I mean, with that game 3 in particular, the 2 specials you're heavily relying on for that retake is going to be that Crab coming out from Alwo and those strikes coming out from Miner, but all across that entire game, every step of the way, you had ezmd showing their presence, being that annoyance by just either getting a pick here and there, maybe causing a stagger situation. I saw around, I believe, like the 30-point mark for ezmd, you had Ants constantly falling one by one, and it's not to any fault of their own. It's just to the credit of ezmd to get the important picks, especially when you saw Devin in 4K getting that snipe onto Miner. Getting those strikes out of the equation completely ruined Ants' chances of getting that retake off in a clean manner.
I gotta give a lot of props to Ant, at least still trying to pretty much hang in there with all the power. You can see kind of a lot of things kind of materializing well for them, especially being able to win some of those fights in conjunction. But you can only win so many fights as a team. But if you're not able to follow it up with winning the 1v1 set, which could have easily swung the pendulum the other direction, if you will, Ants just didn't have enough left in the tank after winning those fights and just losing those individual fights that occur throughout the map that could have made the difference for them. But to your point, really, ezmd gets a lot of credit for basically winning out some of those fights when things could have easily went south for them. It just able to stabilize really well from there. So ezmd, the clean 3-0 sweep. I'm informed that we can show the status of what the group stages are currently in, because yeah, we do have some ongoing sets here. Of course, this will be coming out of Group B for those who are wondering what this is going to look like. Moonlight, by the way, getting the 2-1 lead over Zipcat on the other side. Spoilers, you might want to look forward to something here in the next set for this group here. Iridescent versus Hypernova, which by the way is showing 0-0. SendouQ is reporting is reporting 1-1 right now. That game is tied. Tied coming into game 3 for that group. But so far, I mean, we still have some competitive sets to go, and I think especially for ezmd, the 3-0 will look really good for their start.
Yep, this is exactly the start that any team would like to have, really, in this, especially since, as a little reminder for those new to this format as well, only the top 2 in every group will qualify for brackets. So it is going to be a tight race in groups. Every single match, every single set is really going to matter, because I've seen it plenty too many times. Tiebreakers could be the difference between being that second place team or just be that third one looking from the outside looking in. So these teams will take every aspect of each of these sets and really just take it to their fullest. And I mean, I expect nothing less from them. These are the best of the best. They want a little bit of this prize pool, so we'll just have to wait and see. But a little bit to what you're alluding to as well, we will be staying in this group here, just waiting for these final matches to really finish off. But a little bit of a hint, we'll be looking at Moonlight versus Hypernova next, which is a very, very anticipated match. Wouldn't you say so?
I would say so. We can talk about that a lot here, but of course Hypernova has one thing they gotta deal with, and that is their match against Iridescent. So we'll save all the factoids and all the fun stuff. We'll talk about that matchup coming up to the next one. I do want to quickly talk about Group A, by the way, real quick, before I also have something else to bring up here. Rocket, just bear with me for a few quick moments here. PXG, by the way, the 3-0 against Barristain Glufus. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think I butchered that pronunciation. They'll send me a mail later for getting that one wrong. PXG, by the way, the expected team to get out of groups here. So far, already kicking off their SendouQ Season 9 finale really well with that 3-0 sweep. Viva la Vida, which I'm not sure if they're a fan of Coldplay, but whatever it is, they get that 3-0 over Halcyon as well. And that Viva la Vida team, by the way, featuring Phoenix and Mbake, 3 familiar names on the board for that side of the fence. So that's what's going on with Group A. Blank's tchecks play, by the way, still in progress according to what we have in Sendu. They're just up 1-0, waiting for what we can presumably see is game number 2. By the way, Rocket, while SendouQ is happening today, I want to talk about another tournament that is going to be happening next week. Because believe it or not, Super Jump 7 is coming up next week as well. And we got to talk to you guys about that one, because that one's coming up sooner than you think, by the way. This is of course the biggest major being hosted by IPL, of course. This is a tournament where you will always make day 2, just depends on how your performance goes. Obviously many different types of brackets. Pricing, of course, starting at $250 a piece. And believe it or not, and once again, I will reiterate, this is IPL's biggest major, and this is the last edition for the year after running, I believe, 3 this past year. So why not celebrate the fall to winter mix if you're into playing Splatoon around that season with Super Jump 7. Of course, once again, you will always make day 2. To sign up for this event that is coming up on December 6th and 7th, go to start.gg/SJ for your registration. Rocket, it's pretty crazy that Super Jump is coming up soon.
Yes, already around the corner, and a lot of stacked events coming in with December as well, but Super Jump 7 being the one to kind of kick things off is a welcomed experience. And in the wise words of Popgun and our wonderful producer Justin, ABC, always be promoting Super Jump. That is what we will be doing, so definitely give that a check out. And if I were to drop a little bit of hint of mine as well, there's going to be a little bit of a little sneak peek of a future event happening there in that Super Jump, so be on the lookout. This December for Splatoon competitive is going to be stacked, but that will be it there for speaking about that in regards to things. I think we're still waiting on a couple of teams to finish up, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you would definitely not be mistaken. Still a couple sets still in progress. There's progress here. Some teams are still fighting their way through so far. So, Rocket, I actually did want to. I was about to ask you: is your team participating in Super Jump? Have you actually participated in a previous Super Jump with what was that? Ascension Rising is your team?
We have not yet. I believe this one, if all things go according to plan, will be our first one. We usually play a lot of low inks, but this is a major one that I think I'm gonna definitely stress for all of our team to really play on. But really just nailing down just some availabilities. But I mean, yeah, people sometimes compare it to low ink. I mean, it's like an easy comparison here and there. I mean, it's a 2-day event, and it's like, yeah, it's run by IPL, so I mean, it's right there. But yeah, I would definitely go check it out just because of how much more open it is, how many more people really kind of play in this, and how much rarer it is to really see, because of course low ink runs every month. Like you mentioned, not a lot of those Super Jumps being run in this particular year, so every single one of them is just so special.
And of course, automatically qualifying for day 2, no matter where your placements are, is always a great boon for anyone looking for results or a little bit of extra practice with their team. And if you're playing the team together, especially of course if your team Ascension Rising wants to get a little bit more experience outside of lowing, that's always a great thing to use. So here's how this is gonna go. I think we are gonna be waiting on a handful of teams here to still wrap up. We could probably keep on going for as long as we can, but I think some teams are still running this out. So I think, Rocket, if you don't mind, if you and I don't mind, I think we're going to give ourselves a little bit of a breather here while the other sets are going to be catching up to us. By the way, we'll be promoting more stuff later throughout this tournament, but we're going to get to round 2 here once some sets start lining up here. So when we come back, by the way, we'll cover round 2, and I'm sure you guys will be excited. You guys better tune in for round 2 because it's going to be awesome. We'll see you guys in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to SendouQ Season 9 finale. Round 2 is about to be approaching us here in just a few moments. I'm still Kyon. Rocket's still with me on the other side. I think Rocket, the biggest understatement of today here in round 2. We have two very well-known teams that we're going to be covering. Moonlight versus Hypernova. A tale as old as time for people who have tuned in, and for Riptide brings in some interesting memories.
For sure. A lot of history between both these sides, like you mentioned, Riptide as well. But in the North American League, both these teams are active there as well, both qualifying for that top 8 placement, and we'll be seeing it here in round 2, but we hyped up in round 1. An equally or even greater matchup here between number 2 seeded Moonlight versus number 6 Hypernova. Of course, these seedings are just based off of SendouQ points, so they don't mean the hard-in, like, standard, if you were to say that. But something interesting I want to take a note of, I think you were talking about it when we were on break as well, is a little bit different players than you might expect from Hypernova.
So Hypernova is coming in with a slightly newer roster. If you guys don't know Hypernova well enough, Lexi taking a break from the game. That kid not as available, likely for scheduling reasons. They originally brought in Captain Fishy and Captain Happy and Fishy, excuse me, Captain Happy and Fishy. You knew I got merged the two names together. But those two parted. So now we get Prosper and Fling King. Prosper has been a player I definitely recognized around the block. As well, Fling King will get their first taste of working in Hypernova. Henlo and Synapse, of course, still the primary two players you will remember from Hypernova, to say the least. I think the more we talk about Moonlight, the more energy they will end up getting here, because Moonlight, everybody knows Moonlight at this point, and it's the same usual group of Shadow, Basil, Omega, and Nolan. The biggest thing that has been talked about for Moonlight, of course, other than news regarding Char, their coach, is the fact that the comps can be a bit different than what people are going to be used to, and I'm going to be interested. And so we're going to see two different styles in play, different comps and different players here. I think that's our big story here today.
For sure, and not only with Moonlight's comp, but also Hypernova's. A lot of players that you could see, just trying to think of what comp they could come up with. You would have Prosper on the pen, I would imagine. Henlo is a Viper player. Fling King, I believe, from what I've seen, is a roller player, very fitting to their name being Fling King. So, I mean, if we could see a Fling's a roller, I can be very happy, but I don't imagine it. But if you do run that roller Viper pen kind of core Synapse, I would assume because of that comp, we'll be running a support shooter. You could have that interesting dynamic with what Moonlight could be running. You could see that 96 being plotted out. You could see the 10 Umbrella being brought out here from Moonlight, especially since it is Splat Zone's Umami Runes, and I think that 10 Umbrella could be a very valuable asset for really just completely denying an entire zone or that top mid area, just because of the giant shield that you have on that weapon, of course, and the narrow passageways you have.
I think it might be a big surprise here, but I think I may not be seeing the 10 Umbrella that we could possibly see out of Moonlight. But that's probably good. But hey, they could always prove me wrong, to say the least. But Yeah, but I think this is gonna be some interesting. The weapons, of course, will always be the more interesting part. How the dynamics play with one team. You obviously know Moonlight has had their core comp for a while. Maybe some changes are coming along the way. Hypernova, of course, with 2 new players, brings a very different dynamic for how the team is going to play as a whole. Of course, the team would, by the way, this announcement coming out 5 days before SendouQ, so this is, I think, their first actual debut of this new roster for Hypernova as well. So this is going to be, to say the least, being thrown into either the deep end, whatever you want to call it, for the roster against some powerful teams. But Prosper and Flanking, they've been around here before. They will know how this is all going to work out. But why don't we get to start with our 5 maps to say the least? Umami Ruin's gonna be leading off here. This is part of Moonlight's map pool to say here. Then it's gonna be switch over to Hypernova, Moonlight, Hypernova, and of course Barnacle and Dime, both teams pick. But I've talked enough about the maps here. Rocket, Umami Ruin zones, the 2-zone map, which I will always categorize as an uncommon pick coming up.
Yeah, a very uncommon pick, but you still see it fairly run a lot in tournaments. But the main kicker, of course, like you mentioned, is that 2-zone aspect. You really have to keep that balancing act going between both the zones, both fairly small zones because of it being a 2-zones map. But regardless, that makes it even harder to maintain control if it is contested, just because you have to keep eyes on both zones. You have to utilize resources on one, and then you have to play that game of, if I utilize too many resources on this side, I'm sacrificing the other zone particularly. And it's just that tug rope type action that you typically see on zones, but more emphasized here on Umami Ruins. So both these sides, you could see those interactions really play out, and could be the difference between either getting both the zones or it's still being that difficult tug of war. But I want to more look at the other 2 maps that follow Umami Ruins, Flounder Heights and Mincemeat Metalworks. Not 2 maps that are not fairly common at all, but we'll get to that later, of course. Jumping into game 1, of course, Moonlight in the yellow, yep. Hypernova on the other side in the Bravo purple here. Let's kick it off.
Yeah, and this is the thing I was going to be alluding to. So Moonlight, I think, has been moving a little further away from the 10 umbrella comps that we have seen in many tournaments past. We now get to see them with the Zimmy, the decaf here, the S-Blast, and that pencil. Of course, the pencil pretty much being the main the main weapon that we've usually seen Basil dish out. So that's gonna be what I'm gonna be seeing. We're actually gonna be seeing a double mirror here between both teams so far. Decap and the Snipe Rider making its appearance here. But as you noted, Prosper on that pencil gonna be the player to keep an eye out on. As we do get to see, at least from the early starts of this game, Rocket, the tug of war that you're mentioning with the 2 zones, nobody having the cap yet.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I wanted to see from Hypernova. I wanted to see what comp they bring out. That is Henlo on the decav and Fling King living up to their name on the Flings and Roll. I love to see it here. 2 players already down, though, on the side of Moonlight will swing the favor into Hypernova's side. This is the momentum, exactly what you need to kick things off against a strong team like Moonlight. The bubble coming out from Henlo as well on this elbow position will throw a thorn in the sides of Moonlight's push. And you see 2 kind of different stories here in terms of the specials you want to utilize. Moonlight running a double bubble, which is very, very interesting to see. Just really relying on having that space and utilizing that space to its fullest. You have 3 members on the side of Moonlight on this right side. Nolan with a quick double. And the third as well onto Fling King as well has completely shut down Hypernova's hold and has allowed Moonlight to push back in. But like I mentioned before, tug of war, you see one of the zones being contested by Hypernova, completely stalling that push.
Yeah, I was wondering they're gonna be able to capitalize on that on that triple blast picks there that Nolan had, but it looked like it took a bit of time to capitalize. But I mean, but Moonlight got there at the end. Now they got a bubble and a Booyah Bomb that they're gonna use. Omega immediately using it on that left hand side. We do get to see Henlo and Sinus just trying to attack the bubble where Omega is. This is gonna be a lead change for sure. Now there's gonna be a jump coming in that is likely gonna get punished, but there is gonna be the 1-for-1 trade. The mint decaf Fling King has also dropped as well. Synapse has to retreat. Prosper has to move backwards here. Moonlight has some firm control right now. The bubble being used by Henlo to try to win the duel against Omega, but the decafs both went down. Omega got the better end of it before the follow-up followed suit. Moonlight so far, Rocket, still sustaining very well. Hypernova just a few steps behind.
the very least, Hypernova needs to get one of these zones. Omega going in for that aggressive play, finds one. Can they find the second? Henlo getting the counter onto Nolan, but the trade is right there with Basil finishing them off. 20 ticks left on the board, and Hypernova are not in frame here. You already have Fling King going down, so it is a 3v4 onto that zone area. You need one of these zones, but your main painter, you have Synapse going down already. Henlo on this right side needs to get this victory over Nolan. They do, but they fall in the process. A back and forth, not surprising to me at all, goes into the favor of Moonlight. 1-0 so far, but the part that wasn't surprising to me was how close it was between both sides. This is exactly what you expect from Umami Rune zones to kick things off.
We gotta love the back and forth action that we saw. Moonlight getting the better end of a handful of picks there. The way, if you look at it from the 10,000 foot view with how the map was kind of displayed, Moonlight winning out some of those fights. A lot of control where they needed to, especially with the bubble usage. That looked excellent from Moonlight's end. I feel for Hypernova, there were a few moments where they could easily try to wrestle their way back. But then you just see Moonlight just being a few steps ahead. The 1v1s that Henlo needed to win, they're ultimately the decavs getting traded away. But that was a bubble that was lost in the process when trying to take advantage. And at the end of that one, that was game one over to Moonlight. That's a phenomenal start for them. Now we move on to the ultimate elephant in the room here, Rocket, with Flounder Heights. Now, for people wondering, is this like a tournament pick? No, these are maps that teams have picked. Team number 2, of course, is Hypernova. Hypernova has picked Flounder Heights on zones out of their pool of 6 maps they can pick from. I think there's a lot of things we need to discuss here. Not only the fact that this is another 2-zone map, but probably the most unconventional of them all.
Yes, and we did see, at the very least, I was able to get a quick look in for Hypernova's previous set. They actually got that set win off of their their third game win being this Splat Zone's Flounder Heights map, so it might be something that is more a test to their kind of comp. But we were both hinting at it a little bit, Keon. This is like a battle of just what we see these two comps are going to be. Moonlight, the double bubble and S-Blast, very unusual, but Hypernova themselves, the Gal being the only real kind of main painter. You have a decav and a Flings a Roller to really kind of paint for, with Synapse being on that Gal, and then of course Prosper being on that Pen. It is a bit of a struggle to kind of keep up the paint that what Moonlight has, with of course having Shadow on that Zimmy.
And I wouldn't be shocked if Shadow does change it up a bit here coming into the second map as well. The Zimmy, I think, kind of might have been the biggest wild card that Shadow dished out here, Rocket. So if Shadow comes back with that, they're gonna just run back that double bubble and realize, okay, maybe it's gonna work for them against the way Hypernova wants to play. And so far, I think Shadow's weapon is going to be the ultimate choice. I think we are going to probably be expecting the 2 mirrors here, the Mint Decap and the Pencil between both. And Shadow going to their bag of tricks here. Okay, Shadow, I do see you with your red dapples here. You're definitely cooking up something ferocious. That is a red dapples. That is your beacon. That is your cooler option. The most unconventional of them all. Based, of course, going back to the E leader. Same comps, by the way, from Hypernova. What do you take out of this, Rocket?
Actually, Hypernova switching Henlo off of that decav with them going over to this Slosher. The Tri-Strike's now another interaction to beat an Ion. So no decav to be able to duel with Omega here, but we'll provide a little bit more of that mid-range poking ability. However, Henlo going down pretty early to Shadow on that bottom side. 2 players down in total. Fling King now has to worry about Shadow being in their zone already. The wave of Moonlight is showing, and they are taking out Fling King. And with that, the jump out by Prosper as well will lead to a Moonlight control of zone, and a strong one at that, with Omega's bubble being so far forward.
Omega's just winning a lot of these fights so far in the first 2 maps, and it looks like Hypernova just doesn't look like they were ready for how forward Moonlight is playing so far. Shadow also gets to pick on the Henlo. They are gonna officially go down by the end, but so far Hypernova is still having to wait for their members to respawn. There's the wave breaker that was used. It actually might have gotten inside. Nope, I take that back. It didn't poke Synapse quite yet. There is gonna be the whale that has been used on one of the members there, but so far Hypernova has not gotten to capital the zone when they needed it. And Omega gets another pick on the Synapse, I believe. They're having to jump out of there because all the missiles are being fired in that same direction. 25 points remaining. Moonlight right now playing on a clinic. There has to be the response from Hypernova as soon as they can. Omega finally taken down by the end of it, and now they can try to move forward. Nolan drops. There goes Shadow. That is only Basil, the only one left standing, and this will be the 2 zones cap coming in. Moonlight takes home 80 points in what has been a very good push for them.
Strong one nonetheless, but this is Hypernova's pick. This is where they want to shine. This is where they want to show why they picked this map. Henlo caught in a very difficult situation, being pushed out by both Shadow and Omega there, being crunched down. That first player to fall, you have Omega already popping that bubble just to get a little bit of space going. Henlo does spot them on this tough to reach little area on that left side. It is a vital choke point for both sides to really utilize that point to continue their pushes regardless. Nolan close to a Booyah Bomb as well. They will have to keep this up if they want to get control of the zone, because Hypernova is already knocking at the doorstep of that Moonlight lead that looked very, very strong here. The Booyah Bomb comes out, but Omega goes down pretty early. 3v3 now in that zone, and no penalty points applied to Hypernova, as they could potentially flip this, but Omega, being that last player up there, tries to say no, and they will at least find one, continuously changing that momentum.
I think momentum changing hands is going to probably be the story of how Flounder Heights is going to materialize. Pay attention to the last player standing, really, for this upcoming push. Hypernova loses. They lose everybody, and it's up to Shadow to paint the other part of the zone with Basil. That is going to be the zone cap, and of course the penalty points applied to Hypernova. Now Shadow moving forward. They're trying to duel, but bites off a little bit more than they can chew. They get dropped there. Hypernova goes down. Omega catches Synapse off guard once again, and they take up the second and Prosper, but is not able to get the third onto Flame King, as Flame King survives by the end of it. And so far Omega has been dishing out a lot of blows to Hypernova in this particular map. But Hypernova is still holding on to the 1 zone so far. Both teams having to cap with the zone in both directions. Basil is still there, trying to look for picks, likely aiming for Synapse at first, but she's not gonna be able to find that pick so far. Synapse and the crew of Hypernova still trying to push their way forward, trying to find the last bit of paint that they need. Here comes the missiles right now, and it's being targeted to 3 different players. That will be the zones cap for sure. Hypernova puts Moonlight in the penalty points, but now Rocket, they gotta get out of the penalty points themselves.
Pretty deadlocked now off of a initial back and forth where both sides had that monstrous hold. Now it is completely at a standstill. Final minute left. These fights are going to amplify. These fights are going to mean so much more. 2 players down already on the side of Moonlight. Could lead to a flip here if Hypernova plays their card right. Just Omega and Basil. Now Shadow jumping in to provide that support, but with Synapse getting that pick onto Basil, it will lead to Hypernova getting that control of zone. 38 seconds left. Remember, Hypernova still does not have that lead yet. Henlo finding one onto Shadow, though, will help in that situation. Strikes are almost available in this case as well. 2 players down, 25 seconds left, exactly where you want to be. Time for Hypernova to hunker down, but Moonlight do have that Booyah Bomb to utilize here with Nolan.
Yeah, they do have that Booyah Bomb to utilize with Nolan. There's the Wave Breaker. They are going to have the cool. That's 2 members that have gone down right away, and it is going to be Synapse in the game. We'll have to be stuck here. It's a delayed 3 situation. It's going to involve Hypernova having to get the other part of the zone on the other side of the map to make this one happen. But a lot of Moonlight members start chasing too much. As 2 members all go down, they lose a lot of ground. Shadow's the one that is trying to stay alive with their team. Hello is dropped. The overinvestment from Moonlight bites them at the end. Hypernova wrestles lead at the very end of that map, and it's now a 1-1 tie coming into game 3 in the set.
And you highlighted it right there, Keon. That one moment completely flipped the script in favor of Hypernova. They went 2 down early off rip, and Nolan had that Booyah Bomb to utilize as well. It was a 4v2 situation, and completely changed on the tail end of it. I believe it was Synapse that got one onto, I want to say Shadow or Nolan, one of them on that bottom side, and then was able to camp that jump as well, which completely changed it into a very favorable situation for Hypernova. What looks like a 4v2 quickly then turned into a 2v3, then a 2v4, and Hypernova just did cleanup at the end there. That is exactly why they picked that map. This is exactly why they picked Flounder Heights. They are now 2-0 for Flounder Heights so far in this tournament so far. So this is why these teams pick these maps, these more unusual maps, which very frequently and very conveniently segues me into why Moonlight might pick Mincemeat Metalwork for game 3.
Hey, maybe the return of the tank could make a grand appearance here. Rocket. Also, the underrated pick here, the underrated weapon pick, by the way, is Henlo on that Slosher. It is a Slosher's Dream in Founder Heights as well. So that was probably the strategy coming into that one. You couldn't have asked for a better ending despite the slow start though from Hypernova in that game too. And then again, just the slight overinvestment on that bomb side. I saw what Moonlight also was just trying to do. I think they're just trying to pick up all the stragglers that are trying to rush into the zone, knowing that hey, we got to get both zones to get the OT. So they're trying to go for that game-winning play. Obviously, you play to win that particular map, not to play passively. But at the end, just not able to come out on the fights that they need. Now, Mincemeat Metalworks zones, I'm sure a lot of people are wondering, what is this doing here? I feel this is the thing where I'm going to be wondering if Shadow and their bag of tricks now, because we saw them in two very different weapons, Zimmy and the Red Dapples. If Shadow opts for a third different weapon here, maybe we could be seeing the classic return. I think that Rocket, there's a lot of things we could read from what Moonlight could dish out here. Mincemeat, I know for Hypernova, it's just try to hold them off as long as they can, especially with this whole map coming up.
Yeah, and now with both teams winning on their map picks, the set could very much come down to either a game 5 or could come down to Hypernova maybe winning on Moonlight's map pick here. Like you mentioned, this is Moonlight's map pick. You do see the return of a very interesting comp now from Hypernova, actually, with Synapse going to the 96 Deco on that Kraken. Now, completely the similar story kind of with game 1, where there is a little bit of a struggle in terms of paints, Prosper being now the only main painter, as 96 isn't exactly the best at keeping up that paint, but maybe we'll see something now from Hypernova that we may not see before. Maybe this comp could cook. You have Moonlight. We're back to that Zimmy with Shadow on that double bubble. Double bubble S-Blast has returned from game 1.
Double bubble S-Blast got them the dub in game 1. This is what they're going to be dishing out here in this Mincemeat map. And I think going back to the 96 Gal Deco, there's one person you would definitely think to use that 96 Gal Deco, and it happens to be the player you just don't expect. But this is also just the story of how weapon changes could how a comp change that Moonlight is doing, it might lend bigger stories, to say the least, that could be told. So far, Moonlight's trying to paint a story here in game number 3 by trying to take home Mincemeat. This Mincemeat map here, Synapse immediately using this Kraken. They're just trying to chase for whatever player they can find. They take home Nolan, but the cost of 3 of their own members, including themselves. And now Moonlight is 28 points remaining from securing the game 3 dub here. It is now just a 1-for-1 trade. This is Nolan and Basil holding the defenses net right now. Flings is just trying to wrestle through. There is also the Sprinkle on top that's also providing additional paint to the zone on top of it, but 2 members have gone down. There's not much to talk about here in Mincemeat. There's a reason why Moonlight may have picked it. Rocket, that is game 3 going to Moonlight.
And a dominating performance from start to finish, as Moonlight with a quick one will now take the lead in the set. But for the comps that we saw there, I'm a little bit stumped, Keon. I want to be a little bit critical about what Hypernova was running. I had some concerns at the beginning of it, where it's a little bit of a slower comp. You really don't have anything to initiate your weapons that you want, with Fling King on the Flingza roller, now Synapse going with the 96 Gal, and the decav coming up from Henlo. Those weapons do not really paint, and if you're relying heavily on Prosper to paint as well as provide support in fights, that's a lot to tax on one person. Then that's no discredit to Prosper as a player. Anybody in that situation is going to be heavily taxed just because of the amount of responsibility a pen will have, being your primary painter and your primary support, and quickly getting out those coolers as well. And Moonlight kind of recognized that and was able to just outpaint, outspace them, and it's especially difficult to really try to get a more non-painting, more fighting type comp like that to work against the double bubble S-Blast comp.
And to your point, there when you have one person primarily on painting duty, you got to be able to win some of the skirmishes that you need to in that particular map. Right. This is probably a case where they probably wanted to make it work on Mincemeat. The Mincemeat map as a whole doesn't have a lot of entry points you can work with. It's either you're gonna have to go along the grids on the top hands on the top, or try to dive for the zone. You saw the pick that Synapse got onto Nolan. You got one person, but you also lost everybody in return because of where the Booyah Bomb placements were. It's just a tough ask, and in that situation, they're just not able to win the fights that they need to around the skirmish. And then you just kind of see Now you just kind of see, all right, now we just got to find the other players that we could, but Nolan Bays have already hunkered down part of that zone when they needed to. So a lot of credit to Moonlight for making that work. I wouldn't be shocked if Hypernova goes into a different bag of tricks here for their changes here. This is going to be set point coming up here from Moonlight coming into game 4. Weapons are going to be the exact same. Double bubble S-Blast making its grand return. Coming up here, Henlo's the one that makes the change. It's going to be the Slosher this time instead of the decap that they're dishing out here in game 4, Rocket.
Yes, I do like this a little bit better. Now you have the strikes to help retake it. And when I mean I was being critical of Hypernova's comp, I was just saying in the sense of it is really difficult to get value if you're putting all your eggs in one basket of getting all the kills. And it's just a lot more consistent and easier for Moonlight to get their picks with having that having that Zimmy be the baseline. You have Omega making that early push on the right side, finding one, but being quickly shut down. Henlo has strikes available as well, with Synapse going in with this Kraken, trying to cause a little bit of a ruckus in the backside.
Trying to create some distractions across Moonlight, put all eyes onto Synapse. But I mean, even with all the investment, Moonlight's able to get the picks that they need, and right now it's already 65 points remaining and still going down. Omega is throwing out the suction bomb. You got Nolan as well. They're throwing all the bombs near their base. The specials are only going to be the Tentacle missiles, have to be insta pop just to get any semblance of control back. But there's still a lot of yellow paint moving forward there. Hypernova still pretty much back in their own base. Here we do get Nolan on that blue ball. Immediately pops it into a rough location. Henlo snuffs them out. Zimmy also drops there from Shadow. That's now going to be the 2-for-1 trade. Moonlight is likely going to be losing the control of the zone, and they will. Rocket, that is 19 points remaining. Moonlight gets a phenomenal push. Hypernova looking to respond. They may have to wait a little bit longer, though.
Yeah, and here's, speaking of responses, here's a quick one from Moonlight, already back in control of the zone with those quick 2 picks on that counter attack. Omega back in business, doing Omega things, trying to get up that ramp side, shut down by Fling King though. And there are the missiles coming in potentially soon here. They do have those missiles to utilize, maybe get a push going, keep Moonlight on their feet here, but still in a less than favorable situation. Hypernova just trying to find anything going. Omega making that choice for them by pushing up that ramp. You already have Synapse going down, Trikes going out now for Henlo here to try to get anything into the zone, but Moonlight hold firm. No more penalty points here soon, and it's going to be looking like a last retake, last-ditch effort situation from Hypernova. Final points being ticked down, 15 points left, Bubble in control of the zone. The move needs to be made now if this set wants to be kept alive for Hypernova. Synapse moving in with the Kraken, but is the paint there? You have your pen going down early with Prosper. Omega goes down as well. 2 players now in total. Now 3 dead for Hypernova. Just Synapse left in no man's land, and that will just about do it for Hypernova in that set. A 3-1 set is your final total. Moonlight back-to-back 3-1 sets here, looking strong in the SendouQ Season 9 finale, now 2-0 in groups.
We gotta talk about Moonlight's run so far. This will include their run in the Splatoon North American League, to say least. Everybody knows Moonlight as the group that has you got Shadow pretty much on the 10, you got Nolan on that 96 Gal. Fundamental changes across the board. You got Shadow now being the jack of all trades. Nolan's on the S-Blast. The results are now a 3-1 victory over Hypernova. Omega, by the way, dished out so much, by the way, in games 1 and 2. And also a lot of props to Nolan at the very end. Synapse had a Kraken that was readily available, and then Nolan picks off Synapse. Cool was being used. You get to see the specials try to be used in conjunction with each other. Once Nolan got the pick, the Kraken was out of the picture. It had to be a slight rebuild, or it had to be another few seconds off the clock to get that back in. And it did come back in, but the rest of the team also fell down with Hypernova. And I mean, Moonlight 3-1 right now. They are a team that could be projected to get out of the brackets, but get out of the group stages into brackets. That 2-0 set record so far is a great start for them. They just have to keep the momentum up.
Or momentum is the name of the game, not only in every match in Splatoon, but in this tournament so far. You have now Hypernova stumbling a little bit. They're not out of the race quite yet, but they now have themselves on the outside looking in, now have to make sure they lock down the rest of the round. Still pretty early in these groups. We're not even to the halfway point yet, as it's only been 2 rounds so far. So sitting at 1v1, 1-1 in your set total isn't a dire situation to be in. Of course, it's not favorable, but for a team like Hypernova, they are one to bounce back. And of course, like we've mentioned and alluded to at the beginning of the set so far, this is a new team roster. So still trying to figure out some things here and there. They could use this as a little bit of an experimental point to learn from, see what worked, see what didn't. But overall, a good set, I would say.
I mean, also a lot of props to Hypernova. You know that there were a lot of things that materialized so well, especially for a team again. 5 days ago, they bring in Fling King and Prosper. Again, they could have also been practicing with them prior to make sure to figure out how the rosters were all going to work. But that was the official announcement, to say the least. And then Hypernova put Moonlight in the brink in a few moments until Moonlight started to pick things back up with that double bubble S-Blast comp. But at the end, Hypernova, that 1-1, they did get that 3-1 victory over Iridescent in round 1. So they're gonna have to fight out Zipcat here to see if they can recover. Moonlight, by the way, taking on Ants there. Ants and Iridescent, by the way, the two teams I literally just noted earlier on that 2-2 tie right now, they get to go to game 5 out of Group B there. ezmd, by the way, continuing their clean sweep record with a 3-0 over Zipcat. So that is the Group B record so far. And Group A, of course, 2 sets already finished there. They're both 3-1s. PXG and Halcyon getting the dubs on their respective sets here. Rocket.
For sure, but at least for us, we'll be taking a momentary break before we now switch over to Group A. We'll be looking at tchecks play versus Halcyon there. I believe tchecks play is still in a game 4 against Paris Saint Gloofus there in round 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Rocket and Keon on the mic for round 3 of SendouQ Season 9 finale.
Every play, every player, every pixel. We got it covered. At Broadcasting Esports Every Play, we open the discussion with our podcast, Splat Chat.
Stamp, either Screen or Kraken, and Cooler. Now, Chara's...
Support us with extra hands at broadcastbeep.com/help, or you can watch live at broadcastbeep.com/live. Let's put the community together and uplift the key players.
And we are back. Welcome back with SendouQ in the Season 9 finale. Rocket and Kyon still on the mic. Looking at round 3, like I mentioned, switching over back to Group A, where it is PXG already on top with a 3-0. They've already sped run through this tournament, 3-0, already completing their round 3, beating Blanks. But we're not looking at that match, of course. We're looking at a 3.2 between tchecks Play and Halcyon.
Let's talk about Halcyon or Halcyon. I think, again, people are going to tell me how it's supposed to be pronounced, so I'm going to pronounce it Halcyon. This is a team that has participated a lot in the Splatoon NA League the past handful of months. And if I look at their season standings, they finished 9th, just missing top 8. But they get the chance to see if they can compete. At the very least, to still stay within range for top 4. tchecks Play is gonna be the team to try to derail them because they're up 2-0. They got their roster of Yeti, KitKat, and Toady. I'm gonna call them Alex. That's all I'm gonna say about that. This is a team kind of just brought in together to see if they just to see how they can perform. There's gonna be a lot of fun, a lot of things pretty much at stake really for tchecks Play and Halcyon as well. I'd like to point out here, Shiny I believe will be summing in for Kaisa. At least that's what's happening so far in this particular tournament. You guys know Shiny. Yes, the Shiny. That is the Shiny that Shiny of Sunset Surge fame and Gourmet Race, if I'm not mistaken, fame here as well. So there's a lot of things to note for both teams, but ultimately tchecks Play wants to win to keep up the undefeated streak.
Yeah, and a little harp on that as well. If there's any player to kind of come in for maybe a different roster for Halcyon, it is Shiny. We saw them play in person when Sunset Surge invaded H-Town Splashdown, which they famously won. Texas native, it is what it is. It was a very entertaining set regardless. So, but yeah, that really goes to show how high of a caliber these players are. Shiny, I believe, will be the backline for Halcyon. I'm not mistaken, usually plays Edit or Pen for them regardless. But enough of the players regardless. Here, we'll be looking at the map. Spot Zone's Inkblot Art Academy will be the one to kick it off.
You know, actually, I look at the map list. I think everybody loves Barnacle and Dime. That's the only conclusion I can draw from the teams, because we get to see it into that game 5 where both teams pick it. The only unconventional map, if we have to get to it, is the Undertow Spillway Zones map. Now, playing a lot of Anarchy to say the least here, it became my least favorite map of all time from a Zones perspective. But that's just me personally. But we'll only talk about that when we get to it. But Inkblot Art Academy, we've seen it before with set number 1 with Ants and ezmd. Inkblot Art Academy has, of course, the big zone with the big building in the middle there. So I'm gonna be the ultimate question really for both teams here is how do they start off strong for their respect for where they stand currently in Group A. Halcyon, of course, the 1-1 record. tchecks Play the 2-0 record here, and I imagine for tchecks Play, motivation is we got to get to 3-0 and get into top 4.
For sure, and like I mentioned, PXG already leads their group 3-0, so if tchecks wants to stay in the running of it, they have to get a 3-0 of themselves in terms of having that set record in their groups. Halcyon on the outside looking in are tied with Viva la Vida, being 1-1 as well, so they are in the hunt. Both teams still gunning for that top 2 placement, like you mentioned in the groups, to qualify for top 4. So I only expect the best from these teams moving forward here, but taking a look at the rest of the maps in terms of what we might expect. Like you mentioned, Barnacle and Dime Game 5, everyone bluffs that map just for the sake of it. But I also want to, I noticed a little bit of a pattern there. You mentioned Undertow Spillway, a bit of an unusual map. I do agree with you on that sentiment, but I just find it funny that most times when people think of this is an unusual zones map, it's usually a double zones map besides Umami Ruins. Umami Ruins seems to be the only one people are like, yeah, we'll give it a pass, but we saw Flounder Heights, and then now we will potentially see Undertow Spillway if it goes to that.
I mean, my time playing Undertow Zones can only be best described as nightmarish. It's only because it's a small zones map, so you also have to. The 2 zones are small. That's really the big reason. That means that retakes are super easy to get too. But again, that's not the map we got. That's not the map I want to put a lot of focus on either. But that's just I see that and I'm like, oh god, it's all coming back. But we go over to that game 1, which I believe we're gonna be queued up to right now exactly.
Yep.
Game 1 being this Inkblot Zones. It's gonna the ultimate question. is going to be the weapons. S-Blast and Pencil seems to be the flavor of the day. We do get to see Spec, by the way, on that Stamper, the one with the Booyah Bomb, Kin on the VDS, the vanilla Dually Sculptures. Those are the ones we'll see. Storm, of course, on their shot, and as you noted, Shiny is on the Pencil. I'm not at all surprised by the weapons.
Oh, something that's a little bit surprising to me is Halcyon on the Dually Squelcher. Not a weapon you commonly see. You do see Toady, though, I believe, on the side of tchecks already getting a flank onto Shiny, and as a matter of fact, Candon getting a flank on as well. So both Pens already getting flanked early out of the equation, so no early coolers will be had in this game. Scrappy fighting happening on this bottom left side with 2 players on Halcyon's side going down early. Toady on this gal being the one to get that assassination onto Shiny early will be the main spearhead and aggressor as tchecks plays get a strong hold in mid down to the 60-point total already.
Yeah, already down to the 60 points remain there. Storm has to fire the point-blank Zuka shot just to eliminate one of them. And now this is, but they hold them off for just a bit. This is going to be a good time for Halcyon to take full advantage. Now you got 2 players invested onto the ramp. The Crafting is trying to split the priorities across the board. One focusing on the zone, the other one focusing on the flank that is incoming from the ramp. And tchecks play getting caught in both directions causes 2 members to drop on their own. And there comes the Booyah Bomb being used here. That is just going to be thrown just to get Spec some coverage and some defenses to work with. This is going to be an immediate lead change here. 51 remain, still counting down. That's 2 members that continues to drop, and it's only a Crab Tank and the Cooler. At least the 2 specials you can work off of to take it to at least stem the tides here. But Rocket, Halcyon, already 30 points remaining. They're still continuing on.
Yeah, and you saw Kit Kat's Booyah Bomb get canceled as well on the side of tchecks play. 20 ticks left in favor of Halcyon, but here comes the retake. You need to get to this one, and tchecks plays does it with absolute perfect execution there, being able to save that potential knockout. Getty moving up on this left side, almost to a Crab as well. Shiny there, being able to contest them on this ramp side. 2 players down on the side of Halcyon quickly from Toady. Now 3 down in total. There's the wipeout with Shiny being the last to fall as well. We could see an entirely flipping of momentum here, and we're seeing it actually being played out. So many players up already on this aggressive side. Caden being pushed as well by Toady. Now the point still ticking down. On 30 ticks left here. So much to go for Halcyon to get back into the zone.
They had to reclaim their ground right now, because this is going to all fall apart in a near instant. There's not much to work off of for specials. There's also not much to work off for players. They're getting staggered right now. Toady is still providing pressure. All the distraction tactics, and it is coming down to one pendulum swing in the other direction. tchecks play comes off in the better end of it, and once again, masterful play, especially with the Crab Tank that is pressuring Halcyon out of their own base. tchecks play KOs. They get the game 1 to start off this 3rd round.
Yeah, and you saw every member of tchecks plays, once they were able to get control of that zone, they all just crushed into the stack side of Halcyon. I mean, you just saw, I believe it was Toady as well being the one to lead the way for tchecks plays on that gal moving forward. You saw that early aggression from them to take out Shiny at the beginning of the match, and we saw that aggression continue from start to finish, just constantly just applying all of that pressure on to Halcyon. And the more important thing as well, they kept them out of their own base for so long that even when the picks started going into the favor of Halcyon, it just took them a little too long to get back into mid. They got so much space put in between them that there was just not a lot of time on the clock to really regroup. As you saw, everyone was jumping to Shiny. They're trying to get in that last ditch retake, but time was ticking.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a classic case of the minute that your base gets taken over by tchecks plays at the end, even when Halcyon gets at the better end of it, as you noted, you had to just spend a lot of pain just trying to get your own base back. By investing so much in Toady just there to play full distraction, there was very little chance that they have to get a recontest in the time needed before basically the point rate goes down to 0. So that's just how we see it, just how we see it there. And there's also just 3 pendulum swings that happened. One great push, the Halcyon had an even better push. tchecks counters with their own fantastic push. It all just went in one direction or the other. We go to ramen zones for game number 2. The momentum will looking to continue for tchecks plays. Both teams are going to be dishing, I believe, very similar comps. If anything, I take that back. Storm does switch off of the shot and into the 52 here. That is the most notable change I've seen so far. And Tody, by the way, still sticking with the 52 gal right away. Rocket already, though, out of the gate. Halcyon losing 2, and tchecks play gets the first cap of the zone less than 15 seconds into the match.
And continuing that momentum from game 1 is exactly what tchecks plays is doing, keeping the pedal to the metal and keeping up that aggression. Already you have Yeti as well with this crab on the important elbow position. They are taken out by a bomb, however, so this could be the stroke of luck that Halcyon needs to get back in control. Storm leading the way with Spec right behind them. Shiny as well is there. You have the S-Blast to worry about. 1v1 trade will be had on that bottom side, but now it's an even fight over the zone regardless. You have Spec's Booyah Bomb coming in, however, to help Halcyon maybe get a little bit of a foot holding, as it will be thrown into that elbow area, and with 2 down on the side of tchecks play, possibly a 3rd and a 4th as well, that will be zone in favor of Halcyon.
Now the ultimate question, how do you keep getting advantages from here as tchecks play enters into a staggered setup here, which may inevitably lead to the lead change? Ultimate question for Halcyon is, how do you try to move forward? That is 2 picks! 2 picks right out of spawn, and there is no firepower left from tchecks plays other than the lone pencil that can at least try to farm for coolers right away. Halcyon keeping this pressure going. The question right now, what picks can tchecks play do other than just the wave break that's being dished out? They do get the pencil. Shiny has been eliminated. Maybe this is the opening that they need. This is definitely the opening that they need. The pencil being countered there. Kaden trying to eliminate them for all their might, but this is likely going to result in the zone flip the other direction. 2 members have gone down. This zone's cap may not last for long unless the Halcyon takes their time to basically get the retake in their favor, and that's what it is. Rocket, a lot to digest. It ends with Halcyon getting the better end of it right now. 29 points remaining versus 65 points remaining is the score.
And you saw a similar story really played out on the other side for Halcyon. It's doing exactly what tchecks play did to them in game 1, which is pushing all the way into their spawn and leaving them no space to really get any retake going. Kaden got one onto Yeti there, and now the momentum has continued to flow for Halcyon. Specials up, Shiny with that cooler as well. All members pretty much getting that cooler up, but now you see tchecks play making their move. All players now shifting up that elbow area. Crab being popped, Kaden going down already pretty early here. And tchecks play not giving them any room to operate now. Going out of that penalty point total, they will now to try to mount back the comeback of their own.
They're gonna have to, and they have a great chance to do so. Booyah Bomb gets Kaden on the back end of it. But for tchecks play, they just had to replicate the exact same success they did, but they lose a couple members on their own. It's going to lead into a slightly neutral situation. Tody's the one that's on the aggressive end of it. They, I believe, got the pick onto Spec on the other side. Storm trying to outmaneuver Tody in a 52-52 duel, and Storm does get the better end of it right now. It is just going to be the 25 points remaining, and that's what it's going to be so far. Right now the points ticking down. tchecks play does get the lead. That's 2 members that have also dropped on top of it. 4 is the only one still holding on to the weapon with their dear might. Storm has dropped on a 2nd player down situation. The respawns aren't going to be back in time as the firepower isn't there anymore, and that is tchecks plays. A lot more back and forth this time, but they will come out with the KO on the end. 2-0 set point coming up for tchecks plays.
Yeah, different game environment, but same results regardless. tchecks play looking very strong just with their quick aggression mobility, and that kind of leans into the comp that they were running. They're running the Gal, and they're running that V-Splash as well to help and supplement Kiket's S-Blast, who has been making a lot of very important plays, mind you, that have kind of flown under the radar, but I wanted to highlight one of them. On that hold that Halcyon had when they were pushed up all the way to tchecks play's side of the map, they needed that individual play to really find an opening because Halcyon was 1 player down, so it was a 3v4. Yeti actually, or not Yeti, Kit Kat, excuse me, managed to find 2 picks, I believe, onto Storm and Kaden there with 1 shot of the S-Blast, and that completely flipped the script, allowing tchecks to get that momentum back and allowed them to eventually lead into what we saw there, which was that wonderful hold.
Well, and now we are in a situation here in Game 3. Halcyon, to say the least, the reverse sweep to pretty much try to stay within range of top 4. Probably the toughest assignment right now with the way tchecks play has been playing so far. And just to keep an eye on why this may matter for Halcyon's top 4 ambitions, it is that Viva la Vida, by the way, is up 1-0 against Paris Saint-Glufus here. So that set could be entering Viva la Vida's favor here. So Halcyon needs to get a reverse sweep to stay within range and possibly cause a mountain of chaos up for that second place position. Spec, by the way, switching to the vanilla stamper to say the least. So that's away from the Booyah Bomb stamper onto the vanilla setup so far. I think that might be the only notable change I see so far, unless I'm mistaken here, Rocket.
Yeah, and a quick little update as well, actually. Viva la Vida now has 2 games up on Paris Saint, so this is going to mean even more for Halcyon, looking like Viva is going to take that set, so Halcyon have to do everything in their power to make this one competitive, have to do everything in their power to potentially pull off that reverse sweep, but it all starts on this Hagglefish Market game, of course, but tchecks plays already off to their usual blazing start with 75 points on the board, and always that W key aggression.
Yeah, always with that W key aggression so far, and right now Halcyon actually still holding on to the zone for a lot with a lot of power. So a lot of things that we have noticed here is that both teams have been able to find the advantages that they need, and it's coming down to each individual play starting to matter at the end. Kaden not able to get the pick onto the pencil that could have helped their cause. Doesn't seem like it will matter too much though. But to get back to my original point here, Rocket, what I've noticed between both these teams, basically pendulum swings in both directions. You have one great push, and then by one team, it's led off by another push by the other, and then at the end, tchecks plays gets the better end of their duels, and that's kind of what we're seeing there. Kaden somehow escapes with their lives, and that might buy themselves some time to at least work with this one life that they got. But the 4 members in the middle, this might be an immediate zone split, but they throw the Booyah Bomb into the zone, which they will. No, it still stays in the control of Halcyon right now. Kaden is still trying to dive into it. That's 2 members have dropped. The Crafting's the only one alive. 25 points left to go, and this is probably the best looking push we have seen so far.
Yes, but they need to close it out here. Halcyon needs everything here. Do not give tchecks any opportunity to get back. Kaden does fall on this right side, so it could be a potential opening, especially since 2 players go down on the side of Halcyon. This is exactly what you want to avoid, but tchecks play will not be able to paint the zone, as it was just Kit Kat there with the S-Blast. Halcyon survives that one, and at the very least puts one onto the board, helping their top 4 hopeful dreams, but it is going to have to come down to these final potential 2 games as well, as it is backs against the wall for the rest of this set.
No kidding on that. That is pretty much a game that Halcyon needed to win. There just to get the potential set records on hold, and that was. I've mentioned before, it's been pendulum swings in either direction. Individual plays starting to make a lot of difference in both these games. Kaden, I don't know how Kaden stayed alive in any of those missed shots. I gotta give it. That's the cooler effect happening though. Once Kaden recognized, okay, I'm in no man's land. I gotta jump out of there and return back to the team. It pretty much that ultimately kept them alive for as long as they can. The Booyah Bomb, by the way, Rocket, in the middle where tchecks plays tries to get the capital zone just with the Booyah Bomb and not getting neutral out of it, I think made the difference, because once the team started to go down one by one, because the fact they couldn't force neutral and actually force Halcyon to spend a little bit more extra time is meant that there was no chance for a counter push. That looked so good though from Halcyon out of that Hagglefish Zones map.
For sure. And now we go to a little bit more of an uneasy map for you, to kind of say the least. Undertow Spillway. Double zone map, as we mentioned before, similarly played out to Umami Ruined Zones, just in the aspect of the zones are so small, it is going to be a tough fight all across the entire map, and you have that unique nature of you have a little bit of a perch for your backlines or your longer range weapons to kind of sit on and poke away at the rest of the players. So it's going to really come down to that special usage of how to dislodge those players and really how to utilize your resources effectively, because that's the nature of double zones maps. It really puts the stress on your specials a lot more, just because when you have a single zone map, you just think, okay, just throw it onto the zone. But here in double zones, you really have to pick and choose wisely. But taking a look at things, it does look like we will have very similar comps all across the board. Spec going with the Vanilla V Stamper instead of a Booyah Bomb one for the Zipcaster, of course. Let's see if it makes any difference.
It's actually kind of some conventional wisdom from certain teams is that undertow zones can always being this slightly smaller map means you could throw in Booyah Bombs. But I'm gonna have to hold on to that thought. By the way, that's already a delayed wipe. By the way, I was gonna say that that you could see a Booyah Bomb being used to cap one part of the zone. I think Halcyon decided that we gotta just go full aggro and just eliminate tchecks plays whenever we can. That wipeout couldn't make the difference for points right now, because right now tchecks plays is kind of stuck behind. Spec gets eliminated on the other side of the map there. Four and the rest of the tchecks plays are collapsing onto the left hand side of the map. Now the crab tank being used, they are trying to pick off Shiny there, but now all of the resources thrown into both zones, and it leads to the 51 points remaining. It's just the nature of undertow zones. Rocket, that's a great powerful push to start. It only ends with 51 points remaining.
Strong start, but with these games, it needs to be a strong finish as well. tchecks plays similarly we had a similar story play out in game 2. Robo-Rom and Halcyon looks very poised from the very beginning, but tchecks play was able to get it back, and we could see a similar story here with Toady gaining one out to Storm. A very nice Shark will net them that pick, and like I mentioned here, there's the lead chains. tchecks plays already in a great position with Spec going down as well to Toady. Toady is just absolutely breaking down Halcyon's retake attempts here. 35 ticks left. You need to have one of these specials really go in. You have a wave breaker to maybe utilize, as well as Spec, Zipcaster potentially coming online soon, but time is running out here, Keon.
Oh no. Yeah, time is definitely running out. They've actually lost 3, and with the coolers not being around, tchecks plays might have just put this game on ice, as Storm is just the only one just trying to fight a 1v1 duel. It ends with Storm on the losing end of it. Different story this time. Halcyon, you had the right ideas with the full aggro start. tchecks plays puts all of that to bed, and a lot more as they take this one home 3-1. tchecks plays improves it to a 3-0 set record. Halcyon dropping to 1-2, now requiring several miracles to make it all the way home. And for tchecks plays and Halcyon, both well fought at the end. tchecks plays made the plays when it mattered.
Toady. In game 1 as well, being the forefront for tchecks plays to completely get those openings in that crunching moment for Inkblot Art Academy, which completely eliminated Halcyon. And similar story here in the closeout game, game 4. Toady, just such the presence of the Gal constantly getting a player down, getting 2 players down, and constantly just making it a 3v4 in favor of tchecks plays completely eliminated Halcyon's chances of getting into control of the zone. I mean, you didn't really have a lot of specials for a retake to begin with for Halcyon. You had a wave breaker and you had a Zipcaster that could provide a little bit of distraction. Then in and of itself, those specials don't specifically cap the zone. They really help cause a distraction, but you can't really cause a distraction in being outnumbered, especially since Toady was able to find those key picks to just make it much more difficult to them. So G's to both sides. tchecks plays have solidified themselves in the top 2 for Group A. Now Halcyon making their chances a little bit worse there. Look on the outside looking in, now just looking for some miracle, as they will need help to get into that top 2 for Group A.
I mean, I think to say least, it's a very, very slim chance, if not, probably not much left. And that was Halcyon's much needed set victory that they needed coming into how groups are looking to shape up here. Again, the expectation here is that PXG should be getting out of Group A at least, and that's what they've done so far with the 1 loss to Viva la Vida here. That's only been a minor dent into their record, but otherwise PXG expected to make it out there. tchecks plays improving to 3-0. They could be the other team to get out of this group as well. So Viva la Vida will need to keep the momentum up if they want to make this one count out of Group A. I believe there is one other set that is currently in progress as well, if I'm not mistaken, from what I've been told. Here, I'm actually having to remember the rounds here. Yeah, it was the Viva la Vida set that I've noted here, too. But but we go over to now Group B, because I want to talk about Group B real quickly here. That other group also has 2 teams on 3-0 marker. Moonlight has had an insane glow up here, to say the least, especially with. You talk about the other competition that usually would take that spot, like the FT wins and the Crush Sodas especially there. And Moonlight taking home a 3-0 as well. ezmd, the team that we have featured earlier in round 1, also in that 3-0 spot. Hypernova able to recover to that 2-1, so that kind of shapes up your top 3 so far. Again, the last set's looking to may make the difference out of that Group B as well. Another group to look out for coming into this.
Yeah, and Hypernova on the outside looking in, being the only 2-1 team, the only one in the hunt really, as Ants falls the 1-2 because of a very quick 3-0 sweep by Moonlight in that round 3. So, yes, very similar story for Group B and Group A, except you have, of course, for both sides, that one team on the outside looking in, just trying to get that security blankets really in that top 2, but it will really come down to these final 2 sets, I think, Hyun. But I think, yet again, we will be queued for our last final break here. A little bit of a hint in the background, I'm getting tomatoes thrown at me because I do not know lore.
Hey, you brought it up yourself. I was ready to be secretive the entire time about that rocket. If I am not mistaken, by the way, as well, I believe actually the next set might be ready. Someone will have to whisper me on that one if that's the case. I think the answer is yes. Now, we're gonna be talking about we're gonna be taking a break from all the teams that are pretty much fighting for contention. We're gonna talk about 2 teams, by the way, that are looking for their first dub coming into SendouQ, coming into the SendouQ finale here. Iridescent and Zipcat, they've had to face some rough competition to say the least, but for both of these teams, I mean, effectively they have hit the elimination spot already, Rocket. But hey, if you want to end if the tournament ends this way, you may as well try to take home a dub in one of these sets, and both these teams have a chance to do it.
Yes, and like you mentioned, really just playing for that momentum, playing for that first win is both these sides. Looking at Group B.1, of course, we'll be looking at Barnacle and Dime actually being the game to kick us off here, as both teams, yet again, surprise, surprise, picked Barnacle and Dime, seemingly a crowd favorite between both these sides, and for good reason. A very open map, usually, besides Hagglefish Market being the classic zones map, of course, and then you have a little bit of chaotic stuff thrown in here and there. You have Hammerhead Bridge, that is seen in many LAN map pools, and Humpback Pump Track, another interesting one that is a little bit unusual, but have definitely seen regardless. But Barnacle and Dime kind of being that flat open area. What can we probably expect from here, Keon, between how these teams really want to emphasize their not only their players but their specials?
I mean, there's a lot of things to emphasize here with Barnacle and Dime Zone, since a lot of teams that are basically playing Splatoon, you're going to be running into Barnacle and Dime Zones a lot. So strategies will likely be set for how they want to approach this map, especially since you get to see it more commonly played. I wouldn't be shocked if we do get to see either the weapon flavors that we've seen so far in this tournament. You could see pencils, you could see S-Blast. But ultimately, I think if you're gonna lead us off in game 1 with Barnacle and Dime Zones, comfort picks might be the name of the game at the end. They're gonna be well practiced. You're gonna get familiar with your weapons. The ultimate question is, how do these two butt head, basically, or dust up derby, if you will, in trying to figure out. All right, we got to figure out how we can at least get a set win on the board, and see how we can and see how our round 4 ends. For context, by the way, Iridescent, by the way, I almost gave ezmd a run of their money with the 3-2 set earlier, just not able to take it home for game number 5 there. So Iridescent, very, very, very solid team so far. They're also something I just realized with their records, by the way, Rocket, before game 1 cues in. Iridescent has entered game 5 twice and has lost both of them. All it took was the game 5 maps to not be in their favor. And that's just been the thing so far.
Yeah, just unable to really close it out in game 5. Sometimes that just happens. Very unfortunate placement to be in here, but now both teams very hungry for that first win. I'm also taking a look at Iridescent. It does look like it's just Usagi Fan Club in disguise, because it does look like all 4 members are just a part of Usagi Fan Club. So you could just think of Iridescent as Usagi Fan Club. Zipcat, however, are a team in their own rights, of course. You know them, you love them. I've seen them around fairly frequently, but we taking a look at the comps here. You do have a Tenebrella in the hands of Iridescent here. And 10 Umbrella on Barnacle and Dime is so powerful just for these narrow alleyways, but not only that, because of how flat the entire map is, the 10 Umbrella can move up the ramp pretty easily, and you see it being used here, doing wonders as Iridescent finding opening 2 picks, as you see the splash finding 2 as well. Leaf on this left side trying to take 1 against this decab will be taken out, but to the point of how strong the 10 Umbrella here is, you see how much of a problem it has been for Zipcat.
Yeah, Zipcat having to just wrestle with that 10 Umbrella, also just having to wrestle with a few with members going down in quick succession here. That Ultra Stamp, I saw it through the heavens. It has flown in and immediately eliminates 2 players from the left-hand side of their map on their own side. Somehow 1 player nearly escapes with their lives at the end of it. Zuka is not able to find another pick there. That was a crazy Ultra Stamp throw. I think they even got sights of that. And this could be it for Zipcat. Iridescent might take home game number 1 here. Maybe unless there's a last chance here from Zipcat that's just trying to run into the zone. No, they lose 2. This is a 100-0 victory here for Iridescent. 3 members going down. Oh my goodness, the Ultra Stamp of the Heavens was excellent.
Yes, really nice highlight play there. That was Goose on the 10 Umbrella as well to close things out. And Iridescent really just never let their foot off of the pedal, just constantly keeping Zipcat on the back foot, constantly keeping them in the base. And we see now, with this being the 4th sets, I mean, we've seen this kind of similar pattern really play out. Of course, obviously, you want to push the enemies far, far away into their spawn as possible. But what these teams have really been able to do is just still get picks regardless. Even if the players are so far into their base you can barely see them, and even a little bit of chip can cause that 1 or 2 player down, which obviously leads them to having to reset their efforts, reset their retakes, and that's exactly what Iridescent did.
I'm still shaken up by the Ultra Stamp toss by the end. I think, to be fair, that's probably like the wisest play you could throw it at. But so, oh my goodness, that was a great win for Iridescent. And I think it feels like, Rocket, I feel like if you look at, you know how we both like to watch sports, and you look at the box scores for certain games. It's you see the 3 teams, like, is this a team that really is a good team that is not getting the better end of some of the victories they need? And it looks like it kind of shows there with Iridescent coming into this one. That was a powerful start from Iridescent here. The start of the game 1, game 2 being also being very standard for both teams to approach it is, and that is going to be Zipcat. I think for Zipcat, if you're going to try to get your first set victory in the world, I think it's just having to wash out how game 1 went for them against Iridescent. And Zipcat, I think the answer is how to deal with the Umbrella. I feel like that might be priority number 1.
Yes, we saw how reliant Iridescent was kind of on Goose to kind of make those plays. And it could just be their specialty in utilizing it, Barnacle and Dime. I would argue there's not a lot of maps, if I would argue really no map that is better for 10 Umbrella than Barnacle and Dime. I know I'm not really qualified to really say I don't really use 10 Umbrella in itself, but just for what we saw in that game 1, we saw it get so much value because of the nature of the map. We could see something different here though on Hagglefish Market. Now, I will argue that it is still fairly strong, so it wouldn't surprise me if we still see it here. But like you mentioned, the main concern is really dealing with Goose on that, and we could see that with Nom Nom switching over to the Zuka Mini.
Yeah, Nom Nom actually dished out the Zuka Mini from the previous game too. I think this is going to be very little changes across the board. If anything, just a few tweaks there as well. So, but exactly what we hammered home. How do you deal with the Umbrella right now? Ryu, however, is going to try to make sure that they don't find those answers. They dished out the Crab Tank. It was an early Crab Tank, but it was already getting popped out, eliminated from the board. And that's just kind of, and so far Zipcat has that first response, the first actual lead that they have all set. So they're looking to see if they get a response, but Leaf may have had other ideas there. As the Ultra Stamp toss does not get the other, but they are able to move forward, trying to take out Eli there on top of it. I mean, that Ultra Stamp double there might have meant a lot at the end, because that forces Iridescent to move forward, and that's just what we're seeing right now from Iridescent.
Grab being popped as well on the side of Iridescent, just making the situation even more dire for Zipcat, who just need to regroup at this point. You have the players going down, including your decap. Strikes going in, though. Managed to catch Ryu on the back foot. This could be exactly what you need. Fruk moving in now off of the backs of that Strike kill, potentially finding one of the jump. No, they won't be able to. They're instead taken out by the pen. You have Goose now just continuing to move forward on this ramp side. It has been a heavy point of contention in this map so far that Iridescent has constantly applied pressure or constantly had a player on that ramp side, and Zipcat has been unable to really deal with it. Now Zuka being popped as well by Goose.
Yeah, Goose popping out that Zuka, trying to see if they can find a few members, probably likely based on the callouts that we saw from Iridescent, but not able to find anything. 3 specials are available from Zipcat here, Rocket. There is a Trip Strikes, there's a bubble. Trip Strikes not there anymore. Nom immediately uses the Zuka, no bubble right now either. That's all 3 members that had specials on the board that have been eliminated, and now it's just on Eli. Eli's also down on top of it. Iridescent gets a delayed wipe. 20 points remaining and still counting down. This could be Iridescent taking home game number 2 here. They will get the trade. The trade will favor Iridescent at the end of it in terms of the advantage here. Trip Strikes for dear life trying to get the capital zone, which they do in conjunction with the bombs. Rocket, this might just be a little bump in the road for Iridescent. They get the zones back in quick succession. Zipcat still trying to fight on for that map 2 dub.
Yeah, Zipcat just trying to find their footing. Tame gets taken out on that right side by Goose. Yet again, the Tenebrella on this ramp. I feel like I keep highlighting it, but they just constantly keep sending these Tenebrella shields up onto that stack for Zipcat and just always applying that pressure. You have that Zuka now coming out yet again from Goose to apply even more pressure. Nom popping their own Zook is traded out on that side, but 10 ticks left on the penalty points. Not a lot in total here for Iridescent to get this game 2. Zipcat need to get into the zone. As you see, Tame makes a last-ditch effort with that bubble, but is taken out themselves, with Iridescent now 2 up in this set, already looking at that sweep.
They are looking for that sweep there, and critical plays that seem to have mattered at the end. Ultra Stamp double just catching everybody off guard. Leaf once again strikes with that Ultra Stamp. And then the Umbrella being continuing to be the thorn on Zipcat's end. Zipcat losing the fight when they had 3 specials, only one of them being used. At the end was just a little tragic, almost the game ender there for in Iridescent's favor, and it ultimately made it so that Iridescent was able to wrestle that one home. Yes, the desperate trip strikes with bombs at least gets the cap of the zone, but it only was just a minor bump in the road. Zipcat did not have enough firepower left in the tank, and well, let's see how this all plays out for Iridescent. They have to deal with the map that will never see airtime unless you're in a zones-only tournament. Hammerhead Bridge zones. Here, it's a very lockout heavy map. I'm actually kind of curious to see what team actually had a Hammerhead in their pool. No matter what the case is, Iridescent and Zipcat in Game 3, Hammerhead, Iridescent on set point.
Yeah, and Iridescent has been strong at keeping Zipcat out, and like you mentioned of how lockout heavy this map is, we could very easily see 100-0 here if Zipcat continues to do what they did in Game 2, but that is just not to the fault of their own. This has been the Tenebrella and has been the rest of these players on the side of Iridescent constantly applying the pressure all around. I mean, you have Leaf there as well, just being that 1-2 punch with Goose and just constantly, just time and time again, finding the necessary picks to shut down Zipcat, as Tame has been left with very little options just because of how they've been able to shut down that decap. But we do see a lot of changes actually coming from Iridescent, even though they still stick to the same, even though they won that Game 2 with Ryu going with the dualies and Leaf going with the brush. Same thing with Zipcat, with Nom going to that glamour shot for Kraken and Fruk going with the Booyah sword.
The two weapon changes, not one included that glamour shot. As you know, there. Oh my gosh, how many ticks has Leaf had with the Ultra Stamp toss? We need a counter on this on the Ultra Stamp toss that has found picks. Right now, I've already counted 3. Let's 3 in this set. It may not make a difference though, because Zipcat is basically winning some of the fights that they need, but they aren't getting the immediate cap of the zone. In fact, they lost 2 already, and that decap getting cornered right now. Leaf is now moving up, being the annoying brush that they can be, and another Ultra Stamp toss this time does not connect. And now it's 70 points remaining. This is where the lockout potentially begins here for Iridescent, Rocket.
Yes, you need to utilize this Booyah Bomb, however, that you've now really enabled with switching over to this comp. You have Nom Nom's Kraken not being able to get any traction, though, as Goose will find one onto Nom Nom. 2 players down in total as Tame goes down as well. You have 2 specials to utilize. Nom Nom's Kraken is being utilized, and now Farouk also has their Booyah Bomb just waiting for an opportunity as Nom Nom is hunting this Kraken, Ryu's Kraken in regard, but they could be punished on this left side. Tame goes down yet again. The bubble has not been able to really protect them. Nom Nom going down to Ryu. 10 ticks left, and that might just do it there as the remaining 2 Zipcat members fall in the background. Quick 100-0 as Iridescent get their first set win, sweeping Zipcat.
And is that their second 100? No, they didn't get 100-0. Zipcat got a cap earlier, right? Because I was gonna say that could have been 2 100-0s there for Iridescent, and I saw at the end Zipcat I think just resigned their fate. They saw 2 members up front. It's like, all right, there's nothing we could really do that now that we're Zipcat. But Iridescent, ultimately the story for this group, they get their first set victory for them, which I mean is a great boon for them, because they did not want to be the team to not have that set to not be winless coming into this. But for Iridescent though, man, the 2-3-2s, if it went in their favor, we could be talking about a very different scoreline. But at the end of the day, they had the 1-3 set. Zipcat dropping to 0-4. They get to deal with Ants for a chance to be on the board for set records here. But Rocket, I think this was definitely Iridescent looking really solid despite what their record shows.
For sure, and we really got to see them finally flex their strengths. I'm sure they probably had some built-in motivation of like, hey, if things turned out slightly differently, we could be looking at 3-1 right now. We could be in the race for it as well, but that win must feel good for them. As we kind of take a look a little bit at the race in Group B in terms of how things are shaking up, an important match to really highlight here. Moonlight is up 2-0 against ezmd. Both teams are technically in the lead here for Group B in terms of solidifying here. So if Moonlight does close it out in a 3-0 fashion, Hypernova could have a chance to maybe pull it back in, as they are 1-1 against Ants there. So if that does play out, we could see round 4 and round 5 being the highlights, which is to be expected in terms of Hypernova maybe sneaking it in there with Moonlight. Switching it over to Group A, however, you still have PXG and tchecks plays being the 3-0 teams. They are going up against each other, with PXG being the one up 2-0. So it's almost like deja vu between both these groups. Both of these groups playing out very similarly, as the top 2 teams that are 3-0 are playing each other, and there is a team that is 2-1 looking on the outside looking in, with Viva la Vida being the one in Group A, as they are up 1-0 against Blanks.
So I also want to recap the scenarios here as well, to your point. So you have the 2-3-0 teams. Again, if you have 2-3-0 teams, they're going to inevitably play each other. One team's going to get the loss. So that will come. So the team, I believe, that ultimately wins will clinch one spot in Top Cut with PXG and tchecks plays. Right now, Viva la Vida is Viva la Vida. If they lose, makes this very rough for them. I think it's going to ultimately depend on the tiebreaker scenario. They need to ultimately get the victory here to set themselves up for 3-1. If tchecks plays, if assuming the record holds for tchecks plays and PXG, where PXG wins that set, again, we can't assume anything yet. PXG actually up 2-0. We're setting up for a 3-1 duel in round 5 between tchecks plays and Viva la Vida. That's where we stand with Group A as well. I do want to hop back over to Group B as well, to also cover a scenario to also cover the exact same scenario here, because exactly what you alluded to, Rocket. We have 2 teams undefeated having to play each other in round 4. One team inevitably is going to get the loss. Moonlight's up 2-0 against ezmd. ezmd is going to be the one dropped. ezmd, assuming that holds, could drop to 3-1. Hypernova and Ants. Now, Ants, by the way, is up 2-1 against Hypernova. If Ants wins, I believe, Hypernova goes to 2-2, and I think this is where tiebreaker situations becomes a little funny at the end there. So Hypernova ideally would need to win the last 2 maps to take that one home. I think Rocket, this round 5 has a lot of scenarios in play for that second spot during that, and I think there's a lot of things we gotta look out for.
Yeah, and then another hypothetical I'll throw in out there. If Ants does take one over Hypernova, Hypernova does play ezmd as well, which is one of those teams that is already in that top. So if ezmd does fall to 3-1, which it does look like they will, and then another one, and they could lose to Hypernova, which they fall to 3-2. Like you mentioned, funny tiebreakers can happen, and that is where we could see Ants or Hypernova jumping ezmd. But that is only to be left up to speculation. That will be it for us here, Keon. As that
I'm here to give you a breaking news. We're actually gonna cover the 5th round.
Oh, okay. So we will be seeing these tiebreakers. Okay.
You will be seeing tiebreakers. But I do want to remind you of the 3 favorite. I do want to remind you about something. We talked about it after round 1. I think people are now. I think people need to be reminded, by the way, again, Rocket, of Super Jump. Because Super Jump is next week. The Super Jump is once again next week for those who are just tuning in. Once again, IPL's Major is back once more. This time the 7th edition of Super Jump. I believe the 3rd one being ran this year, being held December 6th to 7th. Yes, that is next week. If you participate in it, you will be guaranteed a day 2 bracket. There's also a $250 prize pool in play as well. Also, your 2-day tournament that you might be used to with Super Jump. If you want to sign up for IPL's Major, again, taking place on December 6th to 7th, go to start.gg/SJ, hit that registration button and get in and check things out. Also, you can check it out for more details. Rocket, it's still ridiculous to me that Super Jump is next week.
Yes,
I'm just putting that out there.
Yes, absolutely. There's a lot of, I want to highlight again, a lot of fun December events, and Super Jump being the one to kick it off is just the perfect event to do so. And like Popgun said, and like Justin said, and what has been happening in stream production, ABCs always be promoting Super Jump, and that is exactly what we're doing here. Go sign up over there at start.gg/superjump. We hope to see you, but that is enough of that ad read here. We're taking a look now at the updated groups here. I believe Hypernova and Ants now 2-2, going to a spicy game 5. That game 5 is going to mean a whole lot for how this is going out. If Hypernova takes that one, they push themselves now much more firmly into the potential top 2. As ezmd has taken a game back from Moonlight, so that set is now 2-1. That is how Group B is turning out. Looking over at Group A to see as anything else has updated it. Every set has a 2-0 scoreline, with Halcyon leading Parasaint, Viva la Vida leading Blank Z, and PXG leading tchecks play. So that is how Group A is turning out right now.
And exactly, and it's almost basically mirrors of each other right now, Rocket, with the situations. Again, we just want to reiterate, the only thing that could happen, that could ultimately happen, is the tiebreaker situation happening in Group B, assuming with Ants, Hypernova being the critical set that matters. ezmd and Moonlight, once again, because they're undefeated, one team's gonna have a loss. Winner, by the way, of that, by the way, once again, just to reiterate, winner of the ezmd Moonlight set is basically going to be holding firm to a spot for top cut. I don't think there's going to be any situation where they can't get it, so that is going to be their clinching scenario there. Same thing for the PXG tchecks plays, which that is still waiting to hear a result. Which actually that just went final. PXG winning over tchecks plays here 3-0. Viva la Vida Blanks, by the way, takes game 3 over Viva la Vida to right now. So that set, it continues on a little bit more coming into your clinching scenarios. I mean, to say the least, Rocket, I think the sets we got going on over here is gonna probably take its time to get to the finish line. I think, Rocket, we're gonna wait to see what the results are gonna be the set, which we'll queue it up after, I think, this upcoming break. This will give us some time to catch you guys up for what game 5 could be, round 5, excuse me, could be shaping up for. So, folks, round 5, what might be a game we'll cover for the clinching scenarios will be coming up shortly. You don't want to miss a thing. We'll be right back for more SendouQ Season 9 finale action.
Every play, every player, every pixel. We got it covered. At Broadcasting Esports Every Play, we open the discussion with our podcast, Splat Chat.
Stamp, either Screen or Kraken, and Cooler. Now, Chara's...
Support us with extra hands at broadcastbeep.com/help, or you can watch live at broadcastbeep.com/live. Let's put the community together and uplift the key players.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the SendouQ Season 9 finale. We got the 5th round is coming up, and we pretty much now have our scenarios in play for Group A and Group B, and for the folks doing Block 2, I hope you guys are listening in to what you guys are having to deal with. My name is Keon. On the other side is still Rocket. We're both still here to cover you guys through the round 5 scenario. All right, situation time here as well. We do have the next matchup. I think we might have it might be a bit here from what we hear. Tchecks plays versus Viva la Vida. Viva la Vida wins the previous set 3-1 over Blanks. Tchecks plays on the losing end against PXG. Both teams are 3-1, and this is gonna be the fight for the second spot in Group A. Rocket, this is definitely the high stakes matchup coming out of round 5.
Yes, and specifically in Group A. This is very mirrored in Group B as well, so we'll get to that in a second. But Group A, what we're looking at, PXG already locked in as the only 4-0 team. 4 is the magic number amount of wins to really qualify for this. They will be in no matter what happens, even if they lose, even if no matter who wins in the Viva la Vida versus Tchecks play, PXG will be in. Viva la Vida versus Tchecks play will be playing for that second spot, like you mentioned, both 3-1. So whoever wins this will take all. Loser is eliminated. There is no other situation in which Halcyon, Parasaint, or Blank Z could punch into that top 2. And in Group B, mirrored, like I mentioned, Keon.
Yep, and we'll give you that scenario here. So we will be covering Group A for those who are tuning into IPL. But out of Group B, Moonlight get the 3-1 over ezmd. Moonlight clinches top 4 here in SendouQ season for the SendouQ season finale. You'll get to see them later on in Top Cut. ezmd, it sets that group up for the ezmd versus Hypernova matchup. Same deal in Group A. Winner gets the second spot out of Group B. No scenario, I believe the loser is out. No scenario where Ants, Iridescent, and Zipcat will be able to qualify for that one. Folks, you might want to hold on to your hats basically for the finish coming up here. But now we gotta get to the set that we are going to be covering, and we have one team that we have yet to cover on stream so far. It is not Tchecks plays. We've seen them before. It's Viva la Vida with roster featuring Phoenix, Merit, Ouroboros, and Bake.
Like you mentioned, fan of Coldplay, apparently, but Viva la Vida here versus Tchecks play. We saw Tchecks play actually earlier on stream. We saw them against, who was it? It was... Halcyon, yes, thank you. Halcyon there, really nicely done from them to just do that. But we now, like you mentioned, have the decider here. Every game is going to matter. Momentum is so strong in sets, but... this one is going to mean the most, of course. We have our spread here. 5 zone maps. Really the only, one you can argue as unusual is Humpback Pump Track, but a pleasant surprise to many of at least weekly enjoyers who play weeklies such as SOS or something to say, hey, these are all familiar zone maps. These are all quote-unquote good maps. So, I mean, here you go. Right here for Tchecks play versus Viva la Vida.
This must be the most sane zones map.
Yes.
Which is okay. I am a sucker for other zones map that are available, like Mincemeat and Flat Heights. But this actually, if your Humpback Pump Track zones map is the more least likely pick to show up, we're in for fundamentals the rest of the way, and I think that's what both teams are having to understand. Of course, we got to see Toady do a lot of work for Tchecks plays coming up here. Other side, which is Viva la Vida's first appearance here for the second place spot in Group A. Viva la Vida is going to be dishing out your mint decap, the pencil, which has been 2 big, and the S-Blast 91, which has been the 3 big weapon flavors that we have seen so far throughout the SendouQ season finale. Also featuring the mini with that Zuka as well to round up the comp of 4. Tchecks plays already starting things off. They get the first cap there, and 4 immediately picks off Mert with that crafting. It's going to slow down a possible counter push from Viva la Vida. Tchecks plays already off to a strong start.
And this is exactly what we saw from Tchecks play in that previous set that was on stream. That just immediate aggression that they had with getting those 2 early picks and solidifying it with Yeti's pick with that crab as well. Now, here's Viva la Vida's time to respond. You have Ouroboros on the left side with the Booyah Bomb, cleaning up a pick as well on the back end, I believe onto Kit Kat as well as... Now, this is their time to shine. However, they caught in a little bit of a weird situation. You do actually find a pick there for Viva la Vida on to Alex on that back end. But here comes Yeti's crab to maybe answer with the Booyah Bomb to boot.
Yeah, and possibly that response with the crab tank and also the other weapons being thrown into the fray there. But it looks like tchecks plays, however, was able to get the cap of that zone. Now it's going to be the response from Viva la Vida. Oroboy gets a double. The rest of the team follows it up with a wipeout on their own, and now rushing back to the cooler to put themselves in position to contest at tchecks plays base, and it takes out Toady. Toady is caught off guard, and that is following up with a second pick. I believe 4 also dropping as well. Viva la Vida already crashing into the base. The less than symbol has gone down. Murph falls suit. The delayed wipe is here. Rocket, that is an immediate lead change for Viva la Vida and all the momentum in their favor.
This is exactly where you want to step up. Oroboy with those nice 3 picks, and Merritt continuing up that successful 3 again, finding 2 there onto Yeti and KitKat. Now a little bit of a tricky situation as Oroboy finds yet another pick on the right side, this time onto Alex. Now 15 ticks left, do or die time for tchecks play. Yeti pops the crab, a little bit of a desperation play, trying to get anything going. Oroboy poking them every step of the way, but it does look like Viva la Vida will get a very nice come from behind, a quick 100-0 after the retake. Viva la Vida 1-0 in this set.
That was Oroboy on the Splash 91, right? That was a double from Oroboy, right? I am seeing that correctly. That ultimately that opened the floodgates basically for Viva la Vida to just go right in and just continue that aggro. Also, what made things worse for tchecks plays, I think you saw the amount of staggering that we saw, at least from the players going down across the board, meant that you can't get your defenses firmly set up yet. I get the reasoning why. Maybe you're trying to look for the skirmishes that can help propel your team to victory, but every fight that Viva la Vida had after that double from Oroboy, followed with the rest of the team playing up with that wipeout, was all in favor of Viva la Vida. Oh my goodness, what a powerful start from Viva la Vida to kick off game 1.
Big name players make big name plays. We saw it exactly there from Oroboy, and then not to be outdone themselves, Merritt following it up on that mini Splatling, finding 3 in it themselves. Just constantly staggering tchecks plays, and you saw at the end Yeti just had to pop that Kraken to get in maybe something on that left side, but it was for a naught. As Viva la Vida, this is the team that we haven't seen yet, and what a way to make a first impression here on stream, as they just constantly had these wonderful plays where you just had a player popping off, and that's what it takes sometimes. This is the stage where you want to do that in, with a win or go home set. They're looking strong to kick things off in the set, but it's not to be outdone. tchecks plays are looking for the bounce back on Umami Ruin zones.
Both teams, by the way, got the loss by the team you can probably expect to give them that loss, PXG as well. So both teams looking to see who gets one over the other leading into that game 2. And this is going to ultimately, I feel, going to be the game of momentum, to say the least. tchecks plays, I think, were definitely caught very much off guard. Big plays also made at the right time for Viva la Vida here out of that game 1. So for game 2 coming up here as well, I mean, for tchecks plays, now you got to deal with how Viva la Vida dished out that same amount of control over to you. You're now having to deal with the 2-zone map in Umami Ruins, both zones really large. So I'm wondering if any gameplay, if anything, has changed, because I believe they are seeing the same weapons here. So look for tchecks plays. Maybe Toady will be the player to make the big plays that they need for tchecks plays.
Yeah, and you have Viva la Vida doing something a little bit similar to what we saw Moonlight do earlier with their comp. Have that, or we saw previously in a different team, I forgot, excuse me, but running a double midline and the Zimmy here, which in the previous team you had that double midline plus zap. It has kind of been the standardized favorited comp for many teams, and Viva la Vida no different here, but tchecks play in their unique comp of having those 2 support shooters, of course the Gal being the other one, not really a support shooter, but a fast mobile shooter playing with their speed, and we see it being played out here, as that speed has led them to early leads in many a games, with that Booyah Bomb being cancelled out by Oroboy, 3 players down. tchecks play off to a blazing start, but it has been the question of, can they close it out?
Right now, that's going to be the ultimate question. Only the special available 4 immediately pops at Crab Tank. They are going to lose 1 member for their troubles there. Toady is trying to collapse onto Phoenix, and 2 members invested, and they trade one with the other. That might be enough, if anything, for Viva la Vida to get the retake on both zones, and it is going to be a fight for the zones. Both teams fighting one after the other. The less than symbol immediately dropped as well. That will be the S-Blast that has gone down. Toady behind that splash wall immediately delivers a lot of of value. Viva la Vida's push is snuffed out entirely. They lose 2 at the very end of it, and there comes the delayed wipe to seal it, and now a completely different story coming into game 3. tchecks play is caught off guard by the big play from Viva la Vida. tchecks plays answers with one of their own. It's a 1-1 tie coming after the wrap up to Mavi Ruins.
And just a signature win. That's what I describe it as. A signature how tchecks plays wants to play. And it is completely go, go, go. And that's exactly what we saw there. Toady, of course, on that gal, yet again, another game where they just took every single fight, immediately ran at everyone they saw, and didn't hold back whatsoever. Viva la Vida not prepared this time for the aggression in which they played with, and it was a quick 100-0 for that aspect. So now both teams up 1-1 in this tie set. Basically now reset to best of 3. Looking at Mako Mart now as their zone maps, but is there anything particular you really want to take away from that, Keon, in that match? It seemed like a very quick one for tchecks plays, but there was a lot to take from that, I think.
I think it just came down to what ultimately you mentioned before, all the players making the big plays that they need. It came down to the blazing start that we saw right out of the gate from tchecks plays, and you saw Viva la Vida several opportunities. The 2v1 collapse, trying to eliminate Toady. Toady coming out with the trade meant that there was only 3 players alive, trying to scramble for the zone, and then it just became what I call a scrambling session, basically, if you will. Yeah. A little bit of a dust up in the fight for both zones, and Viva la Vida comes out on the losing end of it. It was basically their play that they needed to make in order to take home game 2, but tchecks plays got that all covered. We go on to game 3. Mako Mart zones resetting to best of 3, as you noted. Shouldn't be any weapon swaps, I'd imagine, here. So for both teams right now, it's the thing we need to keep an eye on is gonna be the S/N1 duel that we're gonna end up seeing here from both so far. So it's gonna be, if anything, Rocket is gonna really come down to the critical moments, especially Booyah Bomb and special usage across the board.
Yes, those Booyah Bomb S+ users, that is Kit Kat for tchecks, and Viva la Vida being Aura Boy, of course. 3 down already, though, for tchecks plays. Maybe this momentum is starting to carry over, Keon. Maybe they've started to find their footing, because yet again, it has been an early 3 down. Another great shot from Kit Kat on the Phoenix as well. Yet again, a 3-player down situation. It's only been 40 seconds, and tchecks plays looking for the straight second knockout here already on Mako Mart.
Okay, now both S/N1s are cooking from both teams. Aura Boy delivers the big double to swing the momentum in Viva la Vida's favor. Now tchecks plays with one of their own. The less than or similar coup immediately gets one or the other, and that double was huge for tchecks plays to get extended points on the board, but they are not able to keep the zones for long. Viva la Vida with a great response by themselves. The Booyah Bomb and the special coordination pretty much on point for that, and now everybody trying to wrestle for that zone so far, and it looks like Viva la Vida has some semblance of control around that right now. There is that Booyah Bomb being used. They are trying to punish them. Mert has to escape on that right stack. The 3 members have gone down. Reset time for Viva la Vida. tchecks plays holds off a push that Viva la Vida was ready to go with.
And this is exactly where tchecks plays is dangerous. Now having wind in their sails, having that momentum in their favor, Viva la Vida need to put a stop to it, and that needs to come maybe from a Zuka shot, but it's not. Yet again, 2 players go down again for Viva la Vida. Just constantly applying this pressure is what tchecks plays loves to do. They constantly keep going, giving you no room to get your specials, no room to really operate here. And now with no more penalty points to worry about, you only have Phoenix's decav bubble to really get anything going, but I keep repeating this. 2 players down for Viva la Vida as the crunch is there for tchecks plays. 10 ticks left for them to potentially take the lead in this set. 5 ticks away almost now as the Booyah Bomb is the last desperation play from Aura Boy. They barely save it, but is the paint there? This paint is going to matter so much, but the flank is there for Yeti to clean up the pen, and 2-1 is your set now with tchecks play off of back-to-back blazing performances are looking for the gentleman sweep.
They are looking for the 3-1 finish there. I mean, the S/N1 plays are off the charts in this particular set. You've got the critical picks that you need. Extended the lead, with all their might. All it took for Viva la Vida coming into that particular map was literally the special coordination, the Booyah Bombs, and everything else that was in play. You saw right at the very end. If you come with the Booyah Bomb and all the players staying alive, we could be talking about the 1-point meme for the rest of this game. But at the end, that was all clamped down by tchecks plays at the end. to prevent any of that from happening. And now tchecks Play is one game away from getting the second spot out of Group A. This is going to be a pivotal map coming up, and it's going to be the map that doesn't normally get a lot of airtime. That is Humpback Pump Track Zones. Rocket, as you talked about at the beginning of the set, this map normally doesn't get a lot of airtime, but it is probably the most uncommon map mode that I think teams will get to see.
Uncommon in the way that it is so chaotic. Humpback Pump Track in general is a chaotic map. Normally you see it played in Rainmaker, but with zones in itself, danger can come from anywhere. I always describe it as a gladiator coliseum, not only just because of how the middle zone is really shaped, because yeah, everyone can pop out from anywhere. It is a lot of gonna be 1v1s, a lot of scrappy fights. I mean, if Mako Mart was a scrappy fight, I don't know how to describe Humpback Pump Track's fights are gonna be, because we saw there near the end, everybody just jumping on that zone, desperation, trying to save it with that 1 point total, but Humpback Pump Track could spell a similar story. I do want to highlight, I think it's going to be very similar to Makamar in the sense where it's going to be this S-Blast duel that is really going to be highlighted. Really, these two players, KitKat and Auraboy, have been throwing hands at the other team constantly. And this time on Macomart, it was KitKat who had that wonderful highlight play on the left side that allowed tchecks Play to get that 2-1 lead.
Yeah, and by the way, live report on the other side before I talk more about the set, because I think we're not going to be seeing any weapon changes. ezmd is the team that punched the second spot out of Group B as they got the 3 over Hypernova. So look out for ezmd and Moonlight coming in the top cut. Now we cut ourselves back in. We got our first adjustment from Viva la Vida. Mert is off of the mini with the Zuga, now the vanilla mini with the stamp. Anything to take note of with that change, Rocket?
I love it here. Humpback Pump Track is where you thrive in chaos, and a hammer burst bomb is exactly where you want to see it. And you see it get valued right there.
There we go.
I'm speaking about it. I mean, I'd say it's a wonderful change when you say Zokyun getting out that pen and not making sure that cooler will be delayed a bit here, as Phoenix and the rest of Viva la Vida will hunker down as they know it is win or go home here.
Win or go home, and right now a couple members out of the picture for Viva la Vida. It's going to be a staggered 3-down situation. It is going to be tchecks Play immediately trying to recap the zone and just get any semblance of control around the board. You know, there's the element of chaos with this map, with how small and condensed it is. This could mean a lot of random changes at a mere instant, and I just saw the Ultra Stamp take out the splash. The 4 has gone down. A little bit of close range pain is out of the table, and now we're on to the zones trading that we are seeing between both teams. It is now coming down to Booyah Bomb and a bubble usage that might make the world a difference. Auraboy not sure where to throw it in quite yet. I think trying to scout out with where the rest of the team is. The decaf has dropped. A lead change is imminent, and Rocket, it's now to the back and forth that we are seeing right now in this Humpback Zones map.
Yes, you have tchecks Plays really trying to utilize their faster speed with their paints, with having that splash and the gal in their favor. On the other side, Viva la Vida really trying to help Phoenix get into these great instances, because tchecks Plays doesn't really have much to really answer Phoenix if they do have that bubble up and are in your face. This exact type of chaotic nature, but you do have KitKat managing to find one onto Phoenix before they can get much going. Mert's hammer is shut down as well, so strong control in that mid area, but you do always have to worry on this map that it is so easy to just get paint in the zone from a safe distance. Phoenix has a bubble available as well to try to secure this. Here come the crabs, here come the specials being traded to fall there really quickly for Viva la Vida, as now tchecks Plays back in business, in control of the zone, but it has been a tug of war map so far as Viva la Vida continues to get staggered.
This could be a situation, Rocket, just like in basketball games. It's going to come down to the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. In this case, it's going to be coming down to the last 2 minutes, most likely, in this game. Maybe tchecks Plays wants to avoid that certain situation, because we're going to be seeing dueling Booyah Bomb usages possibly imminent here. It's going to come down to the picks that they need. The mini has dropped. But right now, this is an extended lead so far. Phoenix has taken out Toady, the main source of aggression that I believe that we have seen. 4 has taken out Auraboy. 4 is staying alive, has to burn the crab tank just to stay alive in the thick of it, and it is right now just the 30 to 60 remaining trade that we got going on right now, and tchecks Play is winning out all the fights that they need. It's a staggered 3-down situation, and it looks like Viva la Vida will need to get themselves reset for another possible push, and they've taken down 2 on the other side. This might be their chance to strike back, Rocket.
That was absolutely huge, by the way, for Yeti to stay alive, to keep the momentum flowing for tchecks play. But Viva la Vida right back there with the response. Phoenix in the zone yet again on the right side, just waiting for that bubble to potentially be popped here. You do have to worry about this crab now on the left side. Yeti yet again with that crab. Mert does have their hammer to utilize. One down already as Aura falls. Toady falls to Merit's hammer. Could we find a second one with the hammer throw? No, won't be found. Still in zone, though, is tchecks plays. You need to knock out the support shooters. You need to take out Yeti and this pen, but it has been a struggle for Viva la Vida to get any more momentum going onto their side. Here comes KitKat with the S-Blast, finding one onto Phoenix, helping with the assist on the cleanup as well, and leaving Viva la Vida rising back. But it has just been a tight-knit back and forth so far, but tchecks plays still have been the contenders in the zone.
Still been the contenders in the zone right now. They are any opportunity that Viva la Vida had trying to corner a couple members. tchecks plays has their fingerprints all over them. And right now with 20 points remaining, this could be the set victory that tchecks plays needs to get to top cut. They just gotta hold it off for one last push. Phoenix and the pencil has dropped. The Booyah Bomb might be too little too late. It is 100% too little too late. Mert stamp is not gonna be enough at the end of it. And that is tchecks plays the 3-1 victory in round 5. They improved to 4-1, and that is enough for the second spot out of Group A. The entire top cut bracket has been determined from the 5 rounds that we have seen.
Absolutely. It is PXG, Viva la Vida, who you just saw there, pull off an absolutely
tchecks play, you mean?
Or tchecks plays, excuse me. tchecks plays getting the win there. And in Group B, very impressive from ezmd getting the sweep over Hypernova and Moonlight, of course, closing out your top 4. That is your top 4, and I mean, that map was the closest map I think we've seen this entire stream, Keon.
It was 100% a close map that we have seen so far. It's also just alluded to what you mentioned with Humpback Pump Track zones that we saw from minute 1. That was a large zones map. There was going to be chaos the entire way through. But the thing with Viva la Vida is trying to find the important members, which they just could not do when it mattered. They had to replicate the same success they did in game 1. tchecks plays all had the adaptation that they needed to take it home for the next 3 maps overall, and that's just how we saw that Group A kind of finalized and materialized, to say the least, for that group. Viva la Vida just falling a bit short to qualifying for top 4. They'll be the team outside looking in, but hey, a lot of credit for them for giving tchecks play a strong fight. But Rocket, for both of us, that is the wrap for group stages. It's the wrap for both of us because we got 2 amazing commentators, to say the least, that will take you guys home for top cut the rest of the way. It is fun doing SendouQ Season 9 finale with you. Rocket, where can the people find you?
Yes, you can find me at Rocket1 on Blue Sky. It's listed right below my face here. You can also find me at Rocket_Splat on Twitch for any Splatoon activities I'll be doing. But what about you, Keon?
All right, you guys can find me probably having to deal with the snow that event that just popped out of my house. But you guys can find me Blue Sky, Keon2570, of course, Twitch. As well, if you want to smash the follow buttons there. Pipe Dream, our producer, give him a shout out as well for giving you guys the amazing shots and the production here so far. But Pipe Dream will have to stay for a little bit longer because your two commentators, Fufu and Nine, will take you guys home for Top Cut. But for Rocket and myself, we are out of here. Stay tuned for Top Cut right after the break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Done the thing that Popgun wanted us to do here, at least one of them. We'll get to the rest later because right now it is SendouQ Season 9 Finals. We are down to our final 4 teams. Should be an absolute blast here. And I'm joined on the mic once again by Fufu. I know I don't have to ask you to bring the hype.
We are both bringing the hype because this is SendouQ Finals and we are approaching the end of it. You get it. But hello, I am Viva. Again, love being here on the mic with you, Nine. It's always a pleasure, and you know it's going to be a great time considering the teams that we have on the roster. Why don't you tell us about the teams that we're starting off with today?
Sure thing. PXG, who I called the Buzzsaw earlier, versus ezmd. And listen, we have to open up the conversation, PXG, with a congratulations to Gray for becoming the third player in history to achieve 5,000 XP in solo queue. First, it was Melon, then it was Solja, who also is on the roster, and then it was Gray. So, a hearty congratulations there, certainly feeling well. And Fufu, I made the joke earlier. I don't think PXG had a single set go longer than 10 minutes. They are looking sharp today.
That is sharp. I couldn't agree otherwise. I think it's more insane that you have two players that have reached 5k XP on the same squad. We had no distribution of power going on here, I would have to say. But yeah, I'm looking.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
I was just going to say, when you've got Goss and Noah and Volti as your other three, it's a little like, oh man, these bums bringing it down with just 4,000 XP, 3,500 XP. What are they doing out there?
They gotta lock in, simply. But that said, I'm looking at ezmd. It really is all letters here. And there's a 4K in Devin's name. And you know what that means? There's a leader.
Yeah, that would do it. It's either that or your X-rank power, but you are exactly right. Devin 4K has been bringing it out, which means anytime you have an E-leader team, typically you'll see an NZAP get paired with it, and that is the composition that they've been running throughout the day. Silver's been running a couple different stampers. Seb Dark going to be on that NZAP duty, and Kiki on the S-Blast. And let's talk a little bit about the comps, because this is, I think, the state of current modern day Splatoon right now. We all know the S-Blast is exceptionally powerful. Some would argue a little bit too powerful, and, you know, as an S-Blast main myself, I would agree with them. But what you have as the running mate for the S-Blast on the front has made all the difference. You've got to have something up there that's moving up and fighting, maybe picking up where the S-Blast leaves off, or opening the door for the S-Blast. For PXG, they're going to go, I would wager, with the S-Blast Slosher combo, of course, Gray and Soldier, the 10k duo. But it's also been really interesting to see how Silver and Kiki have been running together here. Splatana Stamper and S-Blast. And Fufu, you've watched enough Splatoon to know how scary an S-Blast is when it gets in your face. So I'm curious what your take is on just kind of on the state of it and how these teams will move to attack.
Listen, S-Blast is broken. It's going to work at any point. If my eyes will always go to the leader comp, it is a 50-50 with that, as they're most likely running Zap, so they will have the pain and maybe a little bit extra fighting power on there. But as long as the S-Blast is doing the job of moving players out of region so the leader can eat it up, I think they will function just fine. And of course, on PXG, the S-Blast is pretty much perfect. They have the chip comp, as you mentioned earlier, and if you have multiple things that are gonna kill with one shot from another, they'll be just fine.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you brought up the E-Leader too, because as you were talking through that, I was kind of thinking, okay, the stages. Obviously, whenever we talk E-Leader, the stage really matters. And here we're starting off on Umami Ruins for our zones. Of course, this is all zones. If you haven't figured that out by now, get with the program. But we will be starting on Umami Ruins, a stage where it's going to be interesting to see if that E-Leader's range open up maybe a couple more angles that the Sniper Raider doesn't have. I think on most stages, you don't necessarily get to see the range different in a practical sense, but this might be one where we get to see it.
I think that is especially true if they're able to get themselves in a lockout position, because fighting against a leader when you are locked out is like a medieval torture device. You do not want to be there, especially because it's a scope, excuse me. These comps are pretty much exactly what we thought they were going to be. It is interesting to see that Carbon from Volti. I do like that pick because there are a lot of corners on this map, but I'm curious to see how both of these teams are going to open up here.
Well, there is one big difference on this comp here. I spent that whole time talking about Gray on the S-Blast, and instead it's going to be the Splash-O-Matic here. Very intriguing here. So no Blaster, and I would argue not really a traditional frontliner. Volti is over on that, as said. I mean, Gray's still going to find ways to bash into people and close it out. 3 down. It doesn't matter what the composition here is. PXG super strong, and Volti now jumped way in there trying to follow up on Goss. Does get taken out here, so the door may be open ever so slightly. An opportunity for ezmd to run forward, and they will cap and make good on it.
ezmd got an inch and took a mile off of it, and they are remaining strong here, able to get both zones in their favor. Looking forward to maybe taking some more picks, as the picks are actually coming out pretty steady. 2 down on PXG once more. ezmd is doing a phenomenal job at just slowly moving forward. It's just this slow, strong wave, but losing one of their frontliners in the process might give PXG the opportunity to finally break out of this defense that they were in so shortly.
Oh, I love the way that they tried to collapse there on top of Kiki. And yeah, that nice shot from that crab tank is actually going to do the job as well. I love how they picked their targets there, Fufu. You saw immediately one closed in on the target of the crab tank. Then the crab tank starts firing the other way. That's the signal for everyone else to move forward here. And that wasn't a whole lot of resources they had to commit to breaking back in there, which means they can use them on the attacking side. I know that Trizuka didn't get a whole lot, but you see how PXG sort of breaks down this stage and moves to attack. Now a couple specials they'll have to endure, but they snuck somebody behind. I believe it's Volti. Got 2 there. That's going to be a lead flip, but Fufu, it could be a whole lot more with Gray's crab tank now in a great position.
Yeah, that beautiful crab take indeed able to give their team so much more space to work in while also delaying ezmd. PXG counting down these points. They have no penalties to go through, and as long as they play this correctly, they might be able to just knock this straight out. Seeing that Booyah Bomb, though, having other plans, neutralizing the zone, and seeing all the members of ezmd moving in. Silver able to take a pick with their teammate Kiki, but Kiki left to pick things up. Not quite able to find the picks they want as they're forced on this back foot again. PXG looking to a possible knockout with less than 10 ticks left. Can they do it is the question, 9.
Oh, well, 9 ticks left at this point to 6-5-4. A crab tank, of course, right in the nick of time. It may not have mattered. PXG getting the opening a little bit into that game. And I think the ezmd did a fantastic job that time of staggering specials, trying to find ways to go in. PXG just knew where the angles from the attack were going to come from, jumped on top every time. And I do believe that's Goss there playing mad cute, as the tag would make you feel. But I mean, listen, I made the joke earlier. I don't think any of their sets took longer than 10 minutes. And Fufu, the proof's in the pudding, as it were.
Yeah, we can definitely see why that is so. Everything about their gameplay felt so rehearsed. You know, where are we looking? How are we doing this? How are we taking? And every player was just a part of the puzzle that came together. It was incredibly satisfying to see happen in front of our eyes. And I'm very curious to see how this is going to continue playing out, because we're going to be going to Brine Water Springs, which is the E-Leader map for those that don't remember.
Yep, we set this one up earlier where we said, you know, what stages are going to be played? Every time the E-Leader comes out, you have to think of it. Of course, we saw in the Splat World Series and all throughout the North American League, if you've got an E-Leader team, you're eventually going to get counterpicked to Urchin Underpass typically, but it also means you have Eeltail Alley and you have Brine Water Springs. So this is the time you'll get to see it used to its fullest potential. This will certainly be the counter pick that we expect. And still no changes. Yeah, I think this is just the comp that PXG is going to use on the other side. We do see a switch over to the stickers Splatana Stamper, but other than that, Fufu, I think we kind of know what these teams are going to do. And given that they didn't wait very long in between, I think they're going to run this set in record time.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick one indeed, but seeing picks right on the board, PXG losing 2 in the process, had that first Kappa zone. Actually, both of these teams going down 2 members each, but, you know, it's ezmd that's going to be capitalizing off of this the most, flipping the zone in a bit of blue here. But again, I love the retaliation from PXG, seeing this gal here on the right side already contesting the space in that crab that we saw earlier, forcing ezmd already out or not out. It's such a back and forth fight in center here, 9.
And you saw right at the start there, Noah picked a positioning that allowed that Sniper Rider to contest even the longer range of the E-Leader. Now that we've gotten to more neutral situations, that's not the same sort of option. You see, Noah sort of faced back there, and as long as the members of ezmd don't go too far forward, they should have at least some advantage, provided that everyone's hitting their shots, unless Volti moves right forward there. Call it a trade even, which means it will be a swap of the lead for the time being. But this is why we saw that counter pick. A nice position here by Kiki, playing up over these lifts. Should be able to get Gray, at least with some assistance. Yes, barely getting it here. And this is a much, much better game plan from ezmd. Goss is behind them right now, so they're splitting the defenses as Volti moves through. And now you're seeing what PXG's strategy is. We'll try to separate them and break in a map in an unconventional way. And at least for the time being, Fufu, it might be working.
We definitely see it working for sure, as they're able to get that zone in their favor, quickly moving past these penalty points in the process. Again, Silver got that Booyah Bomb out and taking an extra pick with some help from their teammate. That is some really what's a call leading to the wipeout. EZMD in such a good position here. They did an amazing job just crossfiring the members of PXG. Hey, you're by yourself. Let's take you out. You're by yourself. Let's take you out. And I'm curious to see how they're going to be going through this offense.
Well, and that's the back end of what that attack looks like. When you separate out to take out the opponents, yes, it works when they don't know what's coming, but if they then revitalize their attack and come back together and collaborate a little bit, then suddenly you find yourself getting picked off in all these odd 2v1s. And Volti does move forward here. It looks like Goss is going to try to take a big flank. This flank might be the most important play of this game right now. If Goss finds value or can at least separate some members, there's an opportunity. If not, I'm not really sure where they're going to find the attack from. A couple people do look back, and that may have been just enough time for PXG to move forward. You see Gray in there with the crab tank, Volti fighting it out, and if nothing else, it's at least a flip. Now they've got them jumped out, call it 3.5 down, and we said that flank had to come out huge, and I think it did.
Yeah, and I don't think there could have been anyone better to do the job, especially the wall that guy has. Just say, hey, you can't shoot me if you're a charger, and frankly, no one can shoot me because it's a wall. And looking really good here for PXG. They are able to, I like how they're positioned as well. They're not going fully in, but they're giving themselves just enough space to back off and catch the members of EZMD if they want to go down, and they are able to get a pick successfully off of that, but nearly losing the zone through, what was that, a collection of bombs?
Had to be something like that. Gray really just was, I think, spending 10 or so seconds cleaning up whatever it was. But whenever you trade paint with a splash, you know what's on the other side. It's a crab tank. Now moving through. Now Goss is up in position there with a head full of steam. Takes out Seb. We'll call it 2. Volti did go down. Is there going to be enough time for them to even keep this game going? The lead flipped a minute ago. Now Noah's up here and attacking. Can Gray paint over? He does. He paints just long enough. Will it be enough though? Now Kiki's moved forward. Kiki takes out 2. Kiki takes out 3. Kiki almost with it. Now can Noah paint the zone at this point? It's a 10-shot battle between 2 chargers, and the 4K comes out. I can't believe what I just saw.
That was down to the wire. The Chargers are fighting at close range. Just enough to keep the game going for EZMD, which might be the sign of hope they want, but maybe not anymore, as PXG is able to collect themselves and get that wipeout that they so very much need at this point in the game to keep it going. But whether EZMD is going to be breaking out of this defense smoothly is a bigger question, because they are getting smacked in every direction.
Oh, that burst bomb hurts. You know it's coming here, and you almost get away from the absolute silliness that is the radius of those sometimes. Now Volti in the same position really throughout this entire game, moving forward and trying to take some out. Of course, wizened up to it are the members of EZMD, but I'm not entirely sure when or if they'll be able to move through. You see that Gray is sitting so far back along with the rest of the team, just trying to ensure that they've got a crab tank and can crash in with it. Oh, wow, that hit a lot of people there. Yeah, that might be 2. That's 3 down, all because of this crab tank. Yes, another member followed up with it, but as soon as that crab tank lob hit 3 people, everybody saw it was blood in the water. The sharks start to swim by. Just 10 seconds left, Fufu, and we need a miracle from EZMD.
Yeah, and I don't think EZMD is going to be able to break out of this one, considering that they have 3 members down. PXG adding salt to the wound, and with the last second remaining, that is game. PXG finding themselves 2 games up in this set that's supposed to be 5.
Well, listen, are you not entertained, okay? Can you tell me how many games you've seen that comes down to a tap shot battle on top of the zone? Because that was great fun. We saw a great burst bomb from Gray on one push, and then I said it, like, Gray is playing so far back because they want to save the crab tank and then have everyone else jump in on top of where that crab tank fires. I don't know that Gray was expecting to hit 3 people with one of those, but, you know, whenever that happens, it's a very easy call out. It's like, hey, they're all 1 and they're all over there.
Jump them. It's like unleashing your dogs. Go get them. That's literally what happened. And, you know, we saw the 3 down. We saw the huge advantage. And from the voices in our head, they're already going into the next one, not even giving us the chance to process what happened last game. We're going to go shopping, and maybe PXG will shop for this 3rd win.
I run it back, run the set. I love it. I love it here. This always happens in the Sendo finals too, and just in Sendo in general. It's just, listen, we know what we're best with. We know that maybe you're a little bit better than we are. Whatever. Let's just keep running it here. We'll figure something out. we'll piece it together as it goes on. Already Goss does go down. It's 2 down again. So once again, ezmd finds these really good attacks in the positions that they need to here. Clearly the skill is available. There's just these kind of climactic moments, Fufu, where when push comes to shove, PXG is able to find these dominant fights in awkward positions, and once a lockout starts, it just seems like there's no way back.
Yeah, and you know, every game that passes by, ezmd is finding, you know, even more methods to adapt to PXG's badness. And I'm sorry, Noah getting out of there from that Booyah Bomb, fighting for their life. That made me cackle just a little bit. I get it. But the fight for mid continues, that both of these teams are going to be fighting for the zone. But ezmd, once again, remains in control of that. And Kiki, how are you alive? Just barely able to get out of that unscathed and with a pick.
Yeah,
they're actually back home.
Yeah, I mean, they got something out of that. Oh my gosh. Okay, so if no one goes down from both of those specials, I will be stunned. And apparently somebody did there, and it was the end zap. That's an unfortunate one to go down, but the E-Leader has picked a nice position, and this is another one of the stages where the E-Leader can fire across to an opposing side of the stage. Would love to hit this shot here, and some assistance will take down Goss. So here we go, 30 ticks left. ezmd in a good position. Another great shot there, and Fufu, you are going crazy right now.
I love seeing my fellow leaders do really well, and it looks like ezmd might be looking to get a knockout. Seeing that cooler almost ready, and so are other specials. 2 down on PXG. I don't think that crap is going to be enough to save them. 9Volty in the center trying to fix anything they can, but it's not enough. ezmd gave PXG a taste of their own medicine. That's a knockout.
Well, listen, when you spend 10 seconds in between games, I guess you just never leave the flow state. I guess if you feel like you're playing well and you get right back into it, at a certain point, the shots will hit. And we did get that lovely shot from Devin there. And that wasn't really even a position that E-Leader could only play at, as opposed to some of these others. But you can really tell the mark of a strong backline player, and we've seen plenty of it from Noah this set as well, to find angles and kind of have the flow chart in their head of when there are 3 opponents over here and my teams are here, I go here. And this is where I will set up shop. If my first couple of shots don't hit, I'll rotate back. And when it goes that quickly, that's what it looks like. The shot and one of the most satisfying sound effects in all of gaming. And here we go, Fufu, we got a set.
We have a set, and it's only ramping up. We are 2-1. We're currently 2-1. And we got to take it the humpback pump track. Leader found dead in a ditch.
I'm going to throw one of our production members under the bus here earlier. There was a typo that was jump back pump track, and then it was quickly switched to humpback pump track. But in that 5 seconds that it was jump back pump track, I said, really, that might be a better name for it. I'm going to be honest, because that just seems to be how it is. Everybody throws their S-Blast and their frontliners right underneath the drop of the opponents. If it hits something, great. If not, let's just jump back to where our backline player is and try it again. So I would say one of the silliest stages to play Splat Zones on, but despite all the silliness, it doesn't appear we're going to see a whole lot of change here from the compositional side. And Fufu, there's some beauty in that.
Very much so. I'm looking at these comps, and you know, nothing's changed, and we are going to be seeing flanks of the century, because if we know anything about humpback pump track or jump back pump track, is that we play the sides. The second you have mid, we're playing the sides, and there's going to be 50 flanks that you are probably going to be seeing coming anyways. But already some really crazy moves coming in. It looks like PXG learned a little bit from their last opening and was able to sustain mid a little bit longer than last time, as they are able to get the first pick on the zone. But ezmd already there, ready to take the zone for themselves. This is a long mid fight. We've been here 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how the positions they're taking sort of underneath their own backline player. They have a pretty good idea of where the opposing team is set up, but that also means it's hard to move through. Unless you hit 180s like that, Silver couldn't put any hits on Gray, but when Gray's the last one, that is A-okay. The jump back will be canceled on this position. And now look at this. Look at this position that the E-Leader is taking here. Seb there for a little bit of protection, and it might not end up mattering, though, because unfortunately everybody else on the stage apparently got taken out as we tried to cover that over. Gray storming back over here to the zone and captures it with very little resistance. But that is kind of like you said, Fufu, you got to get creative when you're attacking on these flanks.
Yeah, because mid is so limited at that point, and with so many bumps and humps here, you're not going to be able to get any straight shots on any of the opposing players. So you got to find ways to make it work, especially with weapons like a leader or Splatana who shoot straight. You are not the most effective on these ledges. So seeing how these players are working with this is very interesting. It looks like PXG finds themselves on the back foot again, but seeing these whales come out targeting Silver, poor Silver's getting taken out already, and this is going to be a zone flip, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you would think it's just a formality at this point. It's just one end zap against the world, and that's not the weapon you want fighting a 1v3. So you see there a trade, but oh, what a jump in here from Goss. I don't know if Kiki's going to get a shot off. No, gets taken down too quickly. That means Devin has to run away. And now we see Goss up here in this corner of Humpback Pump Track. If you watch North American League, you know what this guy's capable of when he wants to here and how difficult he can be to remove. Look at this, all the resources being put over here. It's 2 players, it's bombs, it's everything else. Still nothing being found here. Finally, they crashed through, but Fufu, that was like 20 ticks off the timer.
Yeah, taking time away from the enemy team is just as valuable as a resource of everything else, and we saw why. But just as they're able to break past Goss, they're able to get the zone here on ezmd. Get rid of that crab while you at it. We've seen great crabs, but actually, we blink and almost everyone on ezmd was dead. That is practically a delayed wipe for PXG. This is so back and forth. It feels so forward to watch this match play out here, Nine. I'm so serious.
That one hurts, though. That's a non-coolered player going down here. Devin's going to have to reposition, and that probably means that all the other members of PXG are going to move up because there's no longer that fear. And sure enough, Goss over here on this side, it's just a matter of time. When will they move forward? When will they attack? Now dancing with the backliners. And here we go. Fights on the zone. Now Goss is going to have to go back here because Silver was breaking through, and that one time you look away is the time that you get taken down. So ezmd, I agree with what you're saying, Fufu. It seems like every time they get a little bit of an opening, they find a way through. PXG just hasn't handed a whole lot of them.
Yeah, for sure. And, I think it's very interesting. Yeah, they are starting to sniff them out slowly but surely, learning what PXG is going to do, because it's a very rehearsed game here from PXG. And if you're able to read past that, it seems that you're going to be having a lot easier of a time. But as I say that, it looks like Gray passed the crab, and the splash painting is able to get the zone for the rest of their team, seeing more members of PXG spawn on the zone and keeping themselves alive through all odds, really, and able to keep the zone in their favor.
Keep it in the favor, and can Kiki win this fight? Would love to get it. Gets a little assistance here. So now if they find a way to deal with this crab in a hurry, they might actually be in a great position, and sure enough, they'll break it. They had a numbers advantage on that left side, but that's because PXG was swifting all the way over to the right side. And again, it's this strategy of where you attack and how you separate the opponents. Everyone gets swallowed. If they get this cap here, they might get the win, but they will not get the cap. The Booyah Bomb just enough. And Fufu, they are keeping the game alive. I've been so impressed with ezmd handling everything that PXG can throw.
Yeah, and PXG is such a formidable foe as well, and to see them holding their ground this well is an incredibly impressive feat. And it looks like Devin's ready to take a pick for themselves on the pen, barely able to get themselves out of range. They're playing footsies with each other. The backlines are flirting. Stop flirting and shoot each other.
Listen, it's not for lack of trying. Devin's firing all over. Would have loved to have had a couple of those because they might be out of time. Just 2 and 1. Can they get a jump? And Silver got in time. Can they get it? Oh my gosh, it's still a fight in overtime, and it will not be enough as PXG just barely holds on. And if any of those shots from Devin had ended up hitting there, I think ezmd takes that. Just one fight in that scrum going the other way, but my, oh my, I would say probably the closest set that we have seen PXG play all day. ezmd should be delighted with their performance, but PXG was the prohibitive favorite for a reason. They hold on.
Yeah, that was such an insane end of the match. And can I mention, ezmd lost 2 of their members within the last 2 seconds of the match. Genuinely that close, and that's so unfortunate. But again, PXG capitalized off of it, said, yeah, we gotta close this match out. We are not going to game 5. We're probably saving that for grands. So unfortunate for ezmd, but PXG, you are sighing a breath of relief.
They're just ready to move to their next set and get it over with here. You can see not a whole lot left on the bracket, so not a ton of bracketology we can take you through. 3-1, PXG will get the victory over ezmd. A great showing from ezmd. I look forward to seeing what those players can accomplish in future events, future sendos, and really wherever they opt to pop up. But now we get to talk about Moonlight versus tchecks play. And I guess it's been a little minute at this point, but when we're talking about Moonlight, we got to talk about them kind of tripping their way into this top 4, Fufu.
Yeah, indeed. From the little bit that I did see towards the end, they did go down their last set, if I'm not mistaken, because they had a really good run going into the bracket. But towards the end, we let a game slip. A little bit of set slip, if I'm not mistaken.
Against Iridescent, which, by the seeding was not one of the stronger teams. They had already beaten all of the stronger teams in their pool. So, it happens. These are all strong players. Anything can happen. It's a sporting chance for all. But Moonlight would love to kind of sharpen up and get back to it. And on the other side, tchecks play, they have looked fantastic in the sets that they have played. They are running Splash-O-Matic, Snipe Rider, 52 Gal, S-Blast. So a lot of what we've been seeing over the course of the day. And, I'm trying not to just talk all about Moonlight here because, of course, that's, what commentators tend to do, myself most definitely guilty of it. But I do want to talk about how bad in the last few weeks. In the North American League, for you, Fufu, you love E-Leader, you love Zimmy. Just the old tried and true Snipe Rider. Last set, you may be thinking, wow, that's another short range weapon that also throws burst bombs in that stall out, like that 52 Gal.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much. 52 has been here the entire from a
the old joke. That was just like one of the we suffered at the hands of the Kenza 50. It is a struggle to fight against that weapon. Favor, of course, the S-Blast release, who has hung with us thus far. A few changes that will do literally everything you want today.
It's going to be playing out, but I think to actually seeing Omega hungry for blood and a Booyah about to move people back.
If Yeti had just continued
from Moonlight, as they're just tchecks is getting the zone, casually playing a little bit of turf war, taking these ledges.
One more, okay, we'll call that a quad. I'm going to call it from Moonlight here, putting Omega new part of what this comp is able to do. Basil will not be enough, and now it's Fufu. If you can't, I
love this jump back from Shadow. It was really good, and
all pair is to play in a meta to be considered bad positioning. That's why you have the comp that PXG ran earlier. Again, with Moonlight, that there's always going to be one game, so I'll be interested in seeing what the counter pick is.
I have no idea what this counter. We're going to Undertow Spill from the backline point of view. Yeah, and I feel like it isn't as effective on zones as it would be, say, Tower or especially Rainmaker here. I think they actually might be able to keep their pens and leaders just because of how straight it is going into mid. And they could definitely, funnily enough, the pen can actually neutralize the zone from your spawn. Which is kind of ridiculous. So I think there's a good chance we'll be seeing those anchors stay where they are, or maybe Basil might switch to the pen. Yep, there it is. Yep. I love Basil pen. And the Zimmy sound, actually. We were just talking about earlier.
Yes, this was the composition that I wanted to see. This is what I think is right now Moonlight's, maybe not their strongest comp, but it's the one that I think gives them the most unique opportunities to attack traditional compositions. Of course, double bubble means their staying power is even better, and we've talked plenty about the AoE, but they sniffed out Omega's attack almost immediately, had already taken out another member on the team. Now Shadow desperately trying to fight around here, but also gets taken down mid-bubble. So hold on a minute. For everything this comp is good at, apparently getting their bubbles off in time is not one of them, and tchecks play in a great position.
Yeah, but just as that is happening, Moonlight was able to trinkle their members back into the field and is able to capitalize and get both of these zones in their favor. Toady finding themselves in an interesting position, trying to take out whichever one is there, probably Omega, but Omega seeing right through that, able to take them out. But tchecks play has given themselves a bit of time to maybe get some zones in their favor to down on Moonlight, and I think this is going to be theirs.
I think Alex just fought the entire world down there with that S-Blast in an opposing bubble. Took two members down and held off the other two. Outstanding individual effort. Now, Shadow's going to have to be careful here. I was going to say that Charger was looking at them there. I guess Basil had done a nice enough job displacing them here, and Shadow's going to continue to move forward almost at that bubble again. Now in a great position. If anybody tries to jump on top, they're going to be met with a bubble. Well, maybe not. Shadow's going to hold on to it as long as possible, knowing that there's some assistance from Nolan. They're going to try to double team on this side, and for the time being, they'll at least get the lead and pay it off. Shadow finally does put that bubble down, tries to crash down onto Alex, takes it out, and finally I get a little bit of release.
Yeah, just a bit there. It was quite a shaky fight there in the center, but Moonlight finally having a bit more control of the situation than they once had, and having all 4 members on each side slowly moving up. We are seeing just so much yellow on the field that almost is quite suffocating if you are tchecks, as there are 3 members forced in this tiny little corner. I do like these wells from Toady, hopefully giving them a little bit more space to breathe, and especially because you have a crab from Yeti, I believe, going, and that zone is still neutral. It's still neutral. We have like no one in center at the moment. It's just, what is happening?
It was such a bizarre fight, and Nolan was probably left with absolutely no ink left at that point too, which the S-Blast is right there. Someone's jumping, and it's like, do I turn around? Do I keep looking forward? Opted to keep looking forward there, and just pandemonium all across the board. tchecks Play does another nice job of moving through here, and Toadie's done a nice job of moving forward and attacking here. Great pick onto Basil there. I don't even think Basil knew where that 52 gal was in that position, and now they've got Omega stuck on here. Hold on a minute. If they get a wall down, they can take out Shadow. Instead, Shadow holds on with the assistance from Nolan here, but this Booyah Bomb's not going to capture both. Nolan doesn't even try. Throws it over there, takes 2 out, red where the jumps were, and that might be the opening that they need.
Yeah, for sure. And it seems like Toadie's influence has not gone in vain, as that lead did switch into tchecks Play during that. But Moonlight ready to take the points back for themselves. I do like where this bubble is. Bubble is so strong on this map. Can I mention that once more? Just so limited space, and just being able to take like half of it is phenomenal. But Omega finds himself pretty comfortable in the spot that they're in, trying to just take the space, say, yay, I'm right here. Come look at me, and forced to jump out. But again, that little bit of time does a lot.
Does a lot, and that's the frustration you're talking about right there. You've done such a good job taking somebody out of position just for them to jump right back into it here. And oh man, this poor S-Blast, if they don't find something in a hurry, they'll be in bad shape here. Alex does get Basil here, gets everybody to turn around, gets Nolan on the jump in. So once again, the S-Blast being the catalyst there, but then that goes over and fights Omega there. Now Toadie desperately trying to find something, has to jump all the way out. These scrambles, these odd positions that these AoE weapons are able to find these picks, that might be the big shot that was needed.
It's like we're turning the rules of Splatoon and turning them on their head, just watching this game. And Nolan, once again, finding some good picks. And with the help of Omega, that is going to be game 2 in Moonlight's favor. 9, my head hurts just from watching this game alone, because it's like you said, everyone is in a position you do not expect them to be, because they have the potential to get out of there. And it's like, why are we over here? Why are we over there? Are we playing Splatoon?
Well, we're playing Splatoon in 2025, that's for certain. This is the way the game goes. And, you know, this is why when you pick a stage like Undertow Spillway, where you know there's going to be all these really awkward positions that people are fighting in, you're kind of hopping over the middle geography, going up, going down, one hit there, then you're swimming around, trying to find a different angle. To lower the margin of difficulty for your team to close in on that means the world. And when you have double big bubbler as well, it just further increases your margin for error. I mean, we saw incredible plays from Alex. We saw it as well from some of the other members. I believe Toadie, we said like 4 or 5 times, but it felt like once the real scramble started in at the center, Moonlight just had easier answers. And I've said it many times, I feel that Splatoon is a game of finding the 8 out of 10 answer multiple times rather than the 10 out of 10 answer a couple times. As long as you can set yourself up to close in on some of those, especially chip damage comps, this is what it looks like. And I just keep going back to how fun this composition is from Moonlight, and how happy I am they're playing it more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure if there's going to be any, there might be comp changes going in, because we're going to go get a little bit of ramen at Robo Ramen. This is probably one of my favorite maps, and I think both of these teams are going to do really well. I'm thinking, oh my goodness, the gals are going to have a great time. That's where my concern goes. The flank routes, especially if you're Omega as well, they're going to be doing phenomenal on this map, I think.
Yeah, I think the gameplay is pretty understandable for Moonlight at this point, right? Everybody else goes down right under the opponent's drop, and you have Basil sit and identify where the attackers are coming from if they're going on the other side. But I actually think that tchecks Play, this is a really, really good look for them. mostly because, of course, the 52 gals are strong, but Yeti's Crab should be able to get a lot of value in this particular stage. Of course, we know what Crab can do from a breakout standpoint. There's the little left area that you can go that overlooks the zone, and also your own right side that you can use to break it out. So I think there's some really, really strong opportunities there if that Crab tank gets set up, but as we've said a couple of times, not so easy to do if you're fighting out of your own spawn.
Yeah, and I'm looking back at Moonlight and seeing that leader back in play. Again, I'm always a fan of it, and I do like where everyone is starting to position. Basil's in a really strong position. If Toadie did not just shove a wall exactly where she wanted to look, but coolers are out, and the zone is purple, so it looks like tchecks find themselves a really good opening as well, and continue to do so, seeing that Crab ready despite losing the zone, forcing Moonlight in spaces that they may not want to be just yet.
Yeah, incredible patience. I was about to say incredible patience from Moonlight there. You saw almost immediately, as soon as Basil got pushed back, Shadow went up to hold that position, and Omega and Nolan were just diligently watching the drop, making sure that they hadn't given up everything there. Omega dives forward there, gets the big bubbler up, and that's the opening that they needed. And on the other side, credit to tchecks play. They backed up at the right time too. Didn't have that many go down. Now this Crab tank that we talked about a little bit is in a great spot to force some people back, and another opportunity for tchecks play.
Yeah, and you see Yeti here trying to get whatever picks they can, and seeing, of course, that tactical jump to get themselves in a better position. But it looks like tchecks have found themselves in a pretty tough situation, as they did lose 2 down. This lead is incredibly fragile, and when you have a decap that's ready to go forward, you can see Omega raring to go and take it. No! Got taken now by Toadie instead. tchecks continues to have a hold that I thought wasn't going to last as long, but it's looking really good as members just go down one by one on Moonlight.
There's something to be said about mobility here. This is certainly the more mobile comp with these two shooters, and well, here we go. Now Toadie's just going to keep firing up here. Apparently, they're happy to let them move up the center because it just doesn't seem right now like Moonlight has a coordinated effort moving at the zone. Now Toadie opts to run up there in a great position. Nolan has been waiting. Did they wait too long? Now Toadie's going to chase Basil all the way down. There are jumps and fights going on at the zone here, as Toadie will lose to Basil in this fight, but will it be too late? Here you go. Just a few ticks left on the timer. Everybody turfing for dear life, and one does go down. I believe it was Yeti, and that may have turfed the zone just enough. KitKat going to make them pay dearly, but a lot of penalty points applied, Fufu, and the game is not yet over.
Yeah, and even then, Moonlight is shoved so far back up their base at the moment. Well, not the most far back, but continued to be pushed back as Toadie continues to make waves. What is Toadie on? I want to be Toadie right now, the way they are taking pigs left and right, but it seems like Toadie's reign of terror was put to a slight end. But again, the rest of tchecks is there to pick up what was left off, and Moonlight is just struggling so hard to get themselves out of their base. And I hear that Booyah Bomb even pushing them further into a position they do not want to be in. And Omega just trying to find whatever they can through these flank routes. Moonlight feels incredibly scattered right now, although they are able to capitalize and get that zone.
Yeah, that was a very, very smart reposition by Omega, understanding that going straight forward wasn't going to get them anything. At least reposition. You've got the time. You know that you're not going to get knocked out here, but if you move forward and get taken down, you might. Now Toadie again holding position in the center of the stage here, opening this up for the S-Blast to move through here. Finally, I feel like the tchecks play has a very replicable strategy here of having one person go in. Now taking out Shadow is Alex rather. Great work here. Now fighting it out with Nolan, gets that point blank direct. Great show. Go give us another one. Outstanding. So satisfying to watch an S-Blast go and feast. That's a quad.
Oh my goodness, they are giving us a show, and they're making it out of Moonlight. Again, Moonlight is in such a not great position right here. They are not where they want to be. Even worse when a Crab is out on the field, and no matter the bombs, no matter the S-Blast, nope, the S-Blast is able to get that pick. And finally, Moonlight is seeing the light at the end of the tunnels. They are able to get that zone in their favor once more. Again, tchecks just doing an amazing job at just taking singular members of Moonlight out. They are finding them scattered and taking them out little by little, but this is Moonlight's turn to possibly turn the tides.
And this is okay, Omega, that's silly. This is where it gets tough, though. Listen, this is 2 times, Fufu. tchecks play has been 1 fight away from winning the game. I don't know, that timer's ticking down pretty quick. They have lost control of the zone. Can tchecks play keep composure and fight their way back in? It appears the answer is yes. You hate to give Moonlight multiple opportunities and keep the game alive, but I think that the tchecks play now has the strategy. Now the game timer starting to become an issue as well as their own timer. Tony would love to find a couple, does get one. That may be enough. It's 2 down. They're going to hold on to this Booyah Bomb as long as possible. Where are you going to toss it? Really doesn't matter at this point. Just toss it somewhere. Throw it straight down. 4, 3, 2, 1. And tchecks play gets a win in very convincing fashion. I won't say dominant, Fufu, but convincing fashion. That's what it should look like when you have the counter pick.
Absolutely. It felt like just both from the pressure that tchecks was putting on and the scattering that Moonlight was going through as well. It felt as the game moved forward, Moonlight felt more and more separated as a team, everyone wanting to do their own thing. And I think tchecks saw that and completely capitalized off of it, extending that gap further and further, not allowing them the chance that they so desperately want. Beautiful, beautiful gaming from tchecks play, if I have to say so myself.
I love it when a plan comes together, and when you have a stage like that and you know that the crab tank is going to be able to kind of shut down the main avenue pretty quickly and get follow-ups, it just frees Toady to go and fight. And when it's these long extended corridors, there aren't many weapons I'd rather be holding in my hand than a 52 gal there. And of course we saw when the S-Blast is the second to like 3 fights in a row to clear that out. We know what that's able to do. And listen, tchecks play had to beat some strong teams just to get to this point here. I know Moonlight, we've been talking about them a lot, but tchecks play certainly strong. And now the real question will become, what's Moonlight's counter pick here? And what does tchecks play have, if anything, to swap around to? Yeah, I was worried about this. Okay. I'm like, well, E-Leader, I mean, Mincemeat is certainly one. E-Leader can also be strong in other stages, but Mincemeat, Metalworks, Splat Zones, Fufu, this is how you know that it's SendouQ, because if it ain't, or sorry, yeah, the SendouQ Season 9 Finals, if it isn't here, it's Area Cup. Those are the only 2 places I see this stage played.
And it's an interesting stage for sure. It's, as you said, it's very favored towards E-Leader, but if I'm being honest, I don't think it's going to change much, at least in this specific set. You still have the walls that can deny the leader space. You still have the players. It's all down to how the players play together. And we've been seeing the synergy decrease, especially on the side of Moonlight, over the last 2 games. This map cannot save them unless they get it together.
Well, now I'm kind of wondering also, is this sort of an answer against Crab Tank? Because I think that triple Ink Strike is so strong here. Listen, Crab Tank's strong anywhere. It doesn't need me trying to defend it. But I think that, you know, this is a stage where if you're a little worried about where Crab Tank is ruining things for you, you could go here to try to neutralize it a little bit. No, it's still going to be the Crab Tank variant coming out here. So no real changes for either side. I guess it's just time now. And we talked up the E-Leader only for it not to appear, Fufu. Commentators Curse has come out once again.
For sure. We are seeing those pens though, so we could be seeing a lot of paint stalling going on, but already seeing Yeti with that beautiful, beautiful crab looking to take whatever pick they can. It looks like Moonlight's going to be taking this left approach, opting to secure their stack as Omega trying to find picks goes down in the process. Interesting opening here for Moonlight as they do suffer 2 down. tchecks play just fighting to try and get the zone in their favor. This Yeti finally able to capitalize it for the rest of their team. I do see most of the members of tchecks alive, but they're not able to get to Moonlight's stack fast enough to really make the waves that they want yet.
And that's a great point by you, because this really does become a game of can you get to the opponent's stack? If the answer is yes, you usually end up winning the game pretty quickly. If not, it's tough. And I don't know how Nolan got that win. I don't know how Nolan escaped here, but it means that Omega's going to be able to jump in. The double bubble's so strong at creating pivot points on this particular stage. Now Yeti has to jump away because of that big bubbler as well. So despite everything, now the scramble starts in the center, and it's going to be Moonlight coming on top of it. And now, finally, they have the opportunity to take the opponent's stack. They've got a blaster watching the drop here, and Fufu, this is where you make your money.
Oh, absolutely. And I think those big bubblers are going to be doing huge numbers here for Moonlight, because we just saw it not too long ago where they were not allowing tchecks to get a hold of really any powerful positions because there was a bubble there. And we are definitely going to be seeing more of that if they continue to keep this pressure up.
Oh, and now this is the separation that you want when you have the double AO. Crazy fall off there by Yeti, and have the crab as well. Will this be the catalyst that they need to push their way back in? Omega gets forced away. All specials on the zone. They still haven't taken it, though. Come on, are they not going to be able to hold on to it? Listen, I know it's a Zimmy, and you can't outpay a Zimmy, but surely there was a chance there. Instead, Nolan is going to make them pay a triple there. Call it 4 down, and Fufu, I'm aghast right now, and I think you threw something.
I think they heard me and they were not happy about it because they completely turned the game and set around. This was the rehearsed coordination that I was waiting to see again from Moonlight. What just happened? Something just happened.
I mean, counterpick happens is the, boring academic answer to that one is, yeah, they had an idea here, an identity of how they wanted to play it, and that's how they're going to move forward and fight with it. But, we talk so much about the separation and how that works on some stages for some compositions and not for others. You saw when a big bubbler goes into an advanced position on that stage, you have to back up. But unlike maybe on a Barnacle and Dime, well, not Barnacle and Dime, we'll just say on a Robo Ramen, for instance, where we saw it, you've got at least ways that you can move laterally and reposition and attack there. On that stage, if you get stuck in a corner, you've got to jump out. But if three of your players are right next to each other, where are you jumping? Are you jumping all the way back to spawn? Because that's not great. That's going to force the other members in a really, really bad position. And I mean, when you can divide just 2 and 2 and then put a big bubbler up, it is so difficult to break out. And yeah, I mean, I did not know Moonlight had that in him. I'll be honest. That is a wonderful ace to have up your sleeve from a counterpick standpoint, and they will move on to our grand finals.
They will, and by the looks of things, they will be fighting PXG in those grands, which, as you've mentioned before, PXG was making 10-minute sets. So I'm very curious to see how this is going to show up and how they're going to be fighting this threat, or, high XP fellas on PXG.
Yeah, when 2 players are 10,000 XP, that's a lot. I mean, I know Soldier hasn't been here today, so, we can't really make the 10K joke, but while we get our teams ready and our players ready, we do want to talk a little bit about something else, a tournament that's going on next week, in fact, and that is Super Jump 7 on December 6th and 7th. Fufu, I hear you're going to be commentating at this one.
You hear correct. Wait, we both are commentating this one on separate days, aren't we? Aren't we both here?
Yeah, but I wanted to give you the limelight there. Come on, gas it.
Very much so. Super Jump 7 is on its way. And if you haven't registered, the link is right there. Go register. Go play some fun Splatoon gaming. Splatoon NA League is over. We're looking for the next big thing, and we are giving it to you. Super Jump 7 and Super Jump as a series has always been a fun and engaging tournament to show off your skills. Everyone's going to make it to day 2. So if you haven't registered, what are you waiting for?
ABC, always be promoting Super Jump, as Popgun, the master of witticisms, has put together and continually told us to say over the course of our cast here. But, it's funny. Of course, we right now have SendouQ Season 9 finals, then we have Super Jump 7, then we have the playoffs for the North American League, and then we have Christmas. So, what a great month of just stuff that we have here, and incredible fun, and there's nothing better when it gets cold outside. I've got like a foot of snow outside. You just huddle up by the fire, watch a little Splatoon, play a little Splatoon. It's good stuff.
Yeah, who doesn't like Splatoon around here? If you're not here to watch and play Splatoon and enjoy some Splatoon, I'm looking at you, staring at you.
Also, a very confusing way to be spending a Saturday. Yeah, I hate Splatoon, so I'm gonna watch a tournament of it. That's
yeah. Hate watching. You gotta be, you gotta know the material to hate accurately. If you're here like that, I respect it.
That is fair. That is fair. If a hater came up to me and quoted my entire commentary reel from the previous tournament, I would just be like, you win, I'm done. I got nothing to say. What am I gonna do? You did the homework, clearly. But we are waiting for a couple more to join in here, and now we can talk in earnest about PXG versus Moonlight, because these were our top 2 seeds coming into today. 2 very different paths to get here. As we've made the joke, PXG just doesn't seem to like letting games go long or losing them. Moonlight has stumbled a little bit here and there, but Moonlight, a very different composition that they can bring out. We haven't even gotten to see Shadow on the Dapple Doolies, which is another kind of new change in composition that they've had. And on the other side, of course, Gray not playing that S-Blast, instead going to be playing that Splash-O-Matic. So some changes maybe to what we thought we might see today. But one thing that isn't different from what we thought we'd see is for yet another SendouQ finals, it's the top 2 teams.
Indeed, balance as all things should be made, one may say. But also, speaking of changes, we are also in a best of 7 for this grand finals. We don't have a double elimination bracket, so we got to make up more Splatoon with the best of 7. And our starting map will be Mahi Mahi Resort. Lay back, sit back, enjoy your piña colada, because the matches are going to get good.
You think Inklings have those?
Probably. I mean, did fruit go extinct with the extinction of man?
That's a thinker right there. I mean, they've clearly got palm trees still. The idea that coconut could still be there is a thing. I mean, they have sugared things, so rum should technically. You know what? I think so. I think we got to the bottom of that in real time. All right. Inklings enjoy pina coladas. Wonderful.
Indeed. And if you don't, you're wrong. They're good.
What?
See, I'd have problems if mangoes were. Don't laugh at me.
It's just I've had some weird conversations on cast before, just in the 2 a.m. hours of some of those BNSs back in the day. Never have I heard a co-commentator say, if you don't like pina coladas, you are wrong. But I love it. I'm here for it. Keep going. Keep going.
Listen, the other one is mangoes. If you don't like mangoes, you're also wrong. Because if mangoes were extinct in the Splatoon universe, my character would not exist. I would not exist, frankly. She would gone.
I exist, therefore mangoes exist. I love it. Like, that is... Eat your heart out, philosophers. That right there is exactly what you need. It is solipsism to the highest level. I exist, therefore I can speak various fruits into existence. Excellent.
Exactly.
Excellent.
The world bends to my will, simply.
All right, we've been informed from the voices in our head that we only have a few more seconds here. Listen, we don't have a whole lot to tell you about these two teams that you probably haven't already pieced together. Some of the most veteran players here. So now with the game starting, we will instead talk about the action that is unfolding in a hurry. It's your grand finals of SendouQ Season 9. Taking a look at the teams, of course, and no changes coming out here from PXG. Which comp will it be? It's the double bubble coming out from Moonlight. It's the old versus the new.
Yeah, and nothing we haven't seen there from PXG, minus Gauss, having Gauss in the name. That is our biggest change going on for PXG. And these fights are definitely going to start breaking out very soon. Again, it's a small bit of patience until people, whoa, pause, Gauss is dead. Gauss is dead. I feel like the horde's coming in to tell the news. The Gauss is dead, and so are 2 down from Moonlight. So PXG really didn't lose much here in this opening fight, but seeing that bubble from Shadow to keep themselves in the fight just a little bit longer, despite Basil, the teammate, getting smacked from the side. It looks like this might be an opening fight win for PXG.
3/4 of Noah's model was in the water right there. I do not know, like, that's the very edge of how far you can walk over for those angles. These backline players so good at knowing all of those, and right now, Gauss trying to dance around there. Again, both players doing a great job of playing around the very edges of their weapons range. But at the end of it all, it is PXG in a great position. One shot, all it takes. Oh my gosh, are we going to get 3 for 3? Almost took out 3 with that Trizuka. A special that we just don't get to talk a whole lot about these days, but so explosive in taking people out. And now Moonlight in a really, really rough position.
Knight, I'm not going to let that moment pass just yet, because why was everyone there? Why were there almost like all 4 collecting there in that little spot for the Zuka to take a bite on? Anyways, that aside, it looks like PSG still has a really, really good hold on the zone, keeping Moonlight staggered and not really giving them the chance to have too many opportunities, but it looks like Omega might be the breakthrough that Moonlight needs here, taking Volty out here on the side, and just, you guys need the zone. We just got to get the zone, and the zone is not theirs. It's theirs. There we go.
Oh, took a lot of effort to get it due, and now 2 of them will go and take down Gray. So credit to all the other members there who were winning scuffles off of camera, because I wasn't sure how they were going to break back in. Instead, now they're starting to trade here, and Shadow goes down again, which has really been the key to this game. I'm not saying that they're necessarily targeting Shadow, Fufu, but listen, we both love Zimmy here, because when it's up, you just don't get the zone. But when it's down, it's all season.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they are targeting, because as you say that, Shadow does go down. We have 2 down on Moonlight in the form of the Zimmy, and all the engagers are gone. The engagers are gone for Moonlight, stalling so much more time for PXG to get through these penalty points. Seeing that tactical live from Moonlight, but so is that crowd from Gray, preventing Moonlight from really doing anything they would like to. And when they lose one of their frontliners again, it is so much lost time.
no special can stall out and coordinate where the opponents are going quite like Crab Tank there. You saw Gray keeping them all bunched together. Now you know that they're all going to drop from this side. Everybody firing this way. And man, you break it down surgically and methodically. You keep everybody on one side. Earlier we said, wow, why were all the members clumped up together? We didn't have the full picture at the time, but I think that might have been the last puzzling piece. PXG so good at herding the members of Moonlight into positions where they can get the most out of the least.
It's kind of insane just how precise you got to be to get that to lead in your favor the way PXG did. And, you know, you're right. Between the crabs, between the small AoE and those ledges, where did Moonlight have to go? And, you know, we would see players like Omega try to go in, try to break through, but get immediately sniffed out and attacked by two players. It is kind of like, where are we going? And it leads to a little bit more staggering, giving PXG exactly what they want.
And as you watch these fights also, you start to appreciate the survivability of players like Goss and Gray, who, you like, whenever somebody goes down and these kind of team fights are starting to come through, you start to develop kind of this timer in your head of like, okay, we've got this long before we've got to turn back, work the zone, and get into our positions for the lockout. Every second that you spend fighting the last straggler is that much more time that you aren't getting to the position that you'd like to. Even if you win that fight, maybe it means that the opponent is now back in the position they want, and they were probably tacticaler anyway and already back to make you regret your decisions, as it were. So you can see the little things, the fine details. PXG got it all rolling, but they'll have to tangle with Crab Lake Capital, and I think this one was in the roster that we both expected to see, the roster of stages that Moonlight was going to go to.
Yeah, for sure. This one's a very open map, giving any charger anchors a lot of open space to work with, a lot of open space to really pick anyone that you'd like off. But I think it's... I have mixed feelings on this map. Its openness is a double-edged sword.
Well, go into that.
Listen, there's not a lot of cover, first off, and second, it's like if you want to, you don't have a lot of corners to make use of. There's not as many sharkening areas as you would like. The most you have is your ledges, and you have to break past such a huge fight in mid. Mid is just such a big old block. I don't like it, actually. Maybe I don't like this map. I didn't put it into words the best, but I just maybe don't like this map 9.
No, I think you told us all we need to know there. You talked yourself into not liking Crab Lake Capital in real time. Excellent, excellent. Well, here we go. It's going to be the E-Leader comp. No surprise coming back out here from Moonlight, meaning Shadow will switch back over. No double bubble, but Nolan does have an opportunity to make some plays happen here. I will say there's not the traditional sharking spaces here, but with all these greats, it does mean that an S-Blast, when it gets in position, can really dive deep and make the punish happen. The only problem is that Nolan was kind of waiting for that opportunity to come up, and it really never ended up showing itself. Now poor Nolan is stuck all the way back here. They had already rotated a couple members down, and it's PXG once again.
Yeah, and Moonlight has to find another entry point here. It might be in the form of a Booyah Bomb. Omega gets taken now. When your buddy goes down, it makes things so much harder for the rest of your team, and Gauze finding themselves in a very interesting position on this left side, just waiting for the perfect time to strike. It's so interesting to watch these guys play. It feels like the patience that Moonlight had, or that was doing them so well in the last matches, they don't even have the chance to breathe and show off that bit of patience that they've had previously that's done them so good.
I mean, they're just respawning the whole time. You can't be patient when you're respawning, and they're trying to pick these different angles, but PXG just has the right people rotate. Look, it's Goss back over there as well. Now it's Volty sitting underneath drop. You push the Crab Tank away. Do you even know that Goss is there? Does it even matter? Now that you've run all the way, now Goss jumps back up here. I mean, when I said surgical and methodical earlier, like, maybe that's not enough of a way to state this here. When I said that they get the most out of a little, I mean, that was what? One special, and the rest of it was just great positioning and great fighting.
9, I think the best way to put this is a public execution.
Whoa!
That match was a public execution. I have to be for real. I can't put it any other way. At 100-0 like that is incredibly rough. And frankly, that would probably do something to the mental, you know. I just said it.
Yeah, you said it. Moonlight fans, I didn't say it. I'm nothing here. I am a passenger in this vehicle right now. That Fufu is careening towards the haterade, as it were.
No.
I won't say I disagree, but I didn't say it.
Listen, I'm a Moonlight fan. I like Moonlight. I like Moonlight a lot. Those guys are great. They're all very nice, and they are very good at the game. But that match in particular, the way they were caught out was just so rough. They were taken apart bit by bit. And I need you guys to lock in for the sake of my sanity, actually.
Well, your earlier feelings about, that stage being a really, really tough one, I think we kind of saw what that looks like in real time, right? Which is where you have to start getting to your own drop down. If the opponent is wily, as of course the members of PXG are, they know where to place their specials and how to herd you around, then suddenly it all ends up going against you. And then you're sort of hoping for Basil to hit a miracle shot. And the players at this level, I feel like, just don't present those opportunities to E-leaders like, maybe even just one tier below.
And it's so unfortunate, really, because the leader is good, but I don't think it might be the right... PXG is really fast, and I don't think leader matches into that as well as they may have hoped. So we might be seeing that switch back to a pen, or... Yeah, because I think Basil only plays Chargers, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly anything that you would be bringing out outside of the Chargers would not be nearly as practiced, and that sort of defeats the purpose of the swap. So, luckily for them, it is a best of 7, as we've noted here. So at least you've got one more game to try to figure it out. But I think you have a counter pick to Crab Leg there, and for it to go that poorly, you almost start reconsidering your counter picks. And I hope that at this point, they at least keep their mental strong. The last thing that you want to do is start scrambling and consider that all your prep was for naught and it was wrong. So I will be interested in seeing the E-leader. Of course, we talked about that a lot, but I think it's just as important, if not more important, in what it does to Shadow, because Shadow over on NZAP is, I just don't think that NZAP's in a great spot right now. I know, hard to say about a weapon that has been so prevalent throughout both Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3, but that weapon is in a tough spot with all the AoE that's going around, and the other shooter that is running around on the opposing side that isn't a Splash-O-Matic is a 52 gal, which is not what you want to fight. So I think that if there's anything that switching to the Sniper Rider comp does give Moonlight, at least Shadow gets to play a weapon that maybe does a little bit better in some of these fights. And I really don't know that this is a compositional issue, Fufu. I just think that right now PXG is clearly playing on another level. They were the favorite for a reason, and I don't even know if this is their strongest roster, which is another scary thing to say.
I didn't even consider that in the first place, but I think you have a point there. It could be both. I think that there is a little bit of a slight compositional issues because you have to consider speed. I said a little bit before, speed very much is a factor. PXG is playing at a different speed than Moonlight is at the moment, and it's quite literally overwhelming them in the process. So I think giving them, you mentioned putting Shadow back onto a different weapon, and I think you're 100% right on that. Giving them a little bit more resistance in the front against PXG is probably the best play they have right now.
The Metalworks are back, mincemeat, and I mean, if you're Moonlight, let's go to the stage where you had your dominant victory against your opponent previously, and I mean, surely they go to the comp that worked there. I would hope. It's a replicable strategy. You use your big bubblers as pivot points when you're in kind of a neutral state, and then when it's time to move in, you have another bubbler that you can use to keep the pressure up. The, of course, scary part of that is, man, what if the opponent gets in? What do we do if Goss is on our grates? And I hope for Moonlight's sake they don't have to find that answer.
Hopefully soon. You know, as a Moonlight fan, you would hope that things look a little bit more neutral or more in their favor after this. And, you know, those bubbles, as you mentioned, are really good. And I hope they're able to get them in the position they would like going into this. But again, as a map that is the Splatoon 3 special of a map, I'm curious to see how this is going to unfold.
Well, oh, wait, there is a change. Fufu, that's not a decav. That's also not a Sniper Rider. And it's also not a Zimmy.
There's a freaking wiper! I actually kind of like this. I like how slippery Omega might just be here going into this match. But as I say that, both Omega, they're losing members left and right there. So that was 2 down on Moonlight and PXG in control of the zone. But, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I see a really strong Sprinkler that's up there making Shadow's life really difficult there. And somewhere I hear Saf yelling Sprinkler in the back of my head. So there we go. Shadow in at least an interesting spot, would love some assistance, and Nolan did come over to do just that. So that's a really strong wave breaker as well. It's going to force some people out, but you see Shadow and Nolan still stuck in the exact same position that they were at the start of this engagement. Now Nolan's going to move forward, needs to find somebody, anybody there. Got a hit up on Noah, now gets another hit, now closes it out, but it all took too long, and now it's Omega and Basil trying to make something happen. They should have an opportunity to do it, and they do. I guess they were stuck in the middle of a tactical loop there, because I thought PXG was going to hold.
Yeah, interesting there. Able to get that retake, which is huge here. Seeing that, I think that's the first hammer of the game there from Omega, looking to try and take Noah off the field, but actually choosing to abandon and insist Nolan able to get that revenge pick as well. Again, Omega is moving, what it could say, but they did lose 2 of their members in the process, able to keep the zone in their favor, though.
Oh, well, I mean, now you see why Wiper here, okay? You can play at some angles here that Decaf can't quite with the vertical, and it makes perfect sense here, but man, when you push them off of that position, and this is what's tough when you give up both bubblers, look at how easily PXG was able to take back their own stack. It felt like it took no effort, and now Moonlight is suffering as a result.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate here because Moonlight almost feels like they're running an uphill battle, losing 2 of their members in the process. Volti has just been taking picks where they can and has their eye on Basil. Not quite able to. Nope, Basil's out of the field as well. That is a wipeout for PXG. This is brutal for Moonlight. They are now probably approaching the position they least want to be in.
Yep, Goss sitting down here at the bottom. Now Volti moving forward under the watchful eye of Gray. It's vertical slat. Yep, that's another 2 that goes down. Noah and Basil are going to do the thing that Chargers do where they play a little bit of chicken, but it might not end up mattering there. Nolan tried to make a play, but got taken down. It was all positioning and formality at that point, and things are looking pretty forlorn for Moonlight right now, I'll be honest, and that's the most controversial I'll get with that one. Won't say execution, I'll just say forlorn, even a bit lugubrious. How about that?
I think that works with your nature here, Nine. But that said, PXG now 1 set point away from taking the whole thing. Or as Gray said, they're here to come and collect their check, apparently. That is my light up, excuse me. Coming to collect their check. I'm so flabbergasted when the lights went off. If it wasn't obvious, my jaw is on the floor. But it's as you said, PXG beating Moonlight at their own map. And I'm worried for Moonlight's mental still because you just got beat on the last map that you had a dominant victory on.
Yeah, well, and I think this also kind of tells us, you know, the idea of the sort of divide and conquer, keep a nice open stage with little segments that you can jump on opponents. It's just not going to work against PXG. At this point, I think that we can say that with confidence. You know, you're slippery. How can you be slippery against an aimbot, Fufu? Because that's how it feels right now playing against PXG. They're just not missing a whole lot. Of course, we know 2 shots from Glass, all it takes. And, you know, that 52 gals RNG is better than anyone's I've ever seen. And then even if you are able to sneak away from a couple shots of Gray, well, there's a burst bomb coming in. And oh yeah, Volti's got burst bombs too. So I almost wonder if you just like run into Mako Mart or something at this point. I mean, just go up there and fight them and try your chances. Because whenever you're on these big open stages, just the way that you're getting warded around by PXG is, we've seen it twice now, and it's just not going to work.
Yeah, because we've been seeing time and time again where Moonlight is not quite able to be in the positions they want. And it's, as you said, PXG is moving them around to not be in optimal positions for their gameplay. And, you know, they said, screw Makomar, we're going to go to the other shopping district, and that is Barnacle and Dime, which is still an open map and does fall under what would be a Moonlight map, in my opinion. I'm also kind of begging them to drop the leader. In the nicest way possible, I need that leader gone. Man.
I mean, with fans like these, what are Moonlight's haters saying? You know, what's the...
Oh, man! No! Listen, this is from an overhead, unbiased view, I promise. I like Moonlight, I promise.
Yeah, that's what we always are here in the commentary booth. It's an overhead, unbiased, and polished perspective on the game. We're humans, too. I will say, again, like, I think that Basil's E-Leader is really strong. I think that what it then asks Basil to do and what it asks Shadow to do is so difficult against a team like PXG, where every one of those players is positioning properly. They know how to follow up and make these plays happen. And, you know, we haven't really gotten to talk as much about Volty necessarily, kind of when things are calmed down. Of course, we're saying Volty's name a ton when the going gets tough. But, I mean, on top of everything else that you're having to deal with when you have the E-leader, you also have to worry about a shark that comes and attacks you. And that makes the E-leader's job even harder. So, listen, we'll see. This is Moonlight's last stand here as Gray and the rest of PXG are looking to do other things with their weekend, clearly. No changes, and we didn't expect any of them. And Fufu, you got your wish, as we have a weird kind of combination of two different comps that they have been running today. Will be Omega still on the wiper, but otherwise, it's the comp that I think is their strongest.
Yeah, I would have to agree there. I do like these changes a lot, seeing a lot of the paint coming in and seeing a little bit more flexibility from the wiper as well. Nolan here already trying to perfectly taking out Gray's Crab. And again, Moonlight got a really, really strong start. This is the Moonlight that I've been craving to see this entire set. And already Omega in such a good position with a hammer ready. This is a perfect storm for Moonlight.
Where's Goss? 3 went down. The one that didn't was Goss. And then now I'm seeing people die. Okay, I think I know where Goss was. Yep. God, Fufu, I looked at the top. I'm like, awesome, 3 down. And I'm like, wait, Goss isn't jumping back. Where's Goss? Is Goss waiting? Huh. Wow, 3 are dead. Okay, now I know where Goss was. So there you go. Goss, the god of Splat, as the acronym would state, breaking everybody back in right now with a good old-fashioned flank and shark, making them wish they had taken it down early enough on. Now, melting through Nolan, not able to close it out here, but does mean that Gray and the rest of the squad will get to jump in right now. And here we are. Can Moonlight find a way to break out against PXG?
Moonlight, I need you to make waves right now, besties. They just lost Basil. They have no pencil. They just lost Shadow while they were at it as well. And there goes Nolan. That is basically all of Moonlight down. This is so grim, 9. Seeing PXG just practically taking out almost, if not all, members of Moonlight. But find it. Wait, pause. Chance.
There you go. I mean, you asked them to lock in and they broke back in. You know, one different swing of Volty there and the game's over too. Let's not lose sight of that there. That was so dangerous and so close, but it was enough. They like, God dang it, Goss flanking again. Okay. Right now, fifth dimensional plays here from Goss, who is now, look at that. Everybody had to run back there. They did close out Goss, so I guess that means Nolan's done a good job fighting really almost single-handedly against the others, so they'll keep the hold through all of it. And despite everything here, really one more firefight exchange, then Moonlight might have a shot. Omega could get 2. That is 2 getting taken down there and almost took out a 3rd. Fufu, there's a real chance here.
There's a real chance here. The numbers are pretty much even on both of these sides. Seeing that cooler from PXG might give them that bit of advantage that they need to break out and get this one for their favor. But there is no Carbon on the field, and there is no Splash on the field. All there is a Goss against the world, and I don't think Goss is enough to stop that lead from going through. They are fighting for that zone, but Moonlight just on the cusp of getting the zone. Not quite enough. PXG flipping that zone yellows, preventing that 1-point dream.
I was going to say you don't outpaint a Zimmy, but you also don't outpaint Gray, apparently, here. This guy can surf with the best of them. And are Moonlight going to be able to make good on this? Did they let this one slip away? Incredible individual plays to even keep the game going this long. Omega needs to stall this out. Don't throw it just yet. Wait and clear where you can. Nice job. That should give them their own stack back. And now Omega's going to be able to at least pressure them here. Almost took out Goss. Everyone's looking over here. Omega, can we get a little assistance? They were building up their specials. They will flip it. And here we go. Moonlight not done yet.
Oh, I'm so excited to see how this is going to unfold here. They're not done indeed. Again, having no Carbon on the field is huge, and I think if you're able to get Goss off the field as well, you're in for a good time, and they did exactly that. But 2 members down of Moonlight, but there's one that was cooler, and with 2 of them back, I think it's not enough to stop Gray from flipping the zone in their favor as jumps go down for Moonlight. It's only Shadow and Basil left on the field, and with Shadow down as well, Moonlight is in the worst possible position in a game this tight, 9.
And some very ambitious, we will say, jumps there. First from Nolan and then from Shadow have now put Moonlight in a rough position here. It looks like Omega was able to sneak out there. Has this, actually turns back around. The very back of it ended up hitting here. This is a lot of damage from Omega, is able to throw it here. They're trying to close. They don't know where the members are. This Booyah Bomb thrown at the backside means they should get the cap here and do, but now they got to win a couple fights here. They're still on the back foot. Goss being watched over by Gray here. A lot of damage. Nolan won't get away. It's now a couple going out here. Omega now again getting taken down from these jumps, and we're going to need one more break back in from Moonlight if they want to hold on.
Yeah, and they may have just found their ticket in as Pencil on PXG is out of the field. Shadow over here on this left side along with Basil. They gotta move forward. They gotta find a way through, but Gauze is preventing their angles here. Seeing that bubble to give them just a little bit more space to work with. And again, that Nolan Booyah Bomb has done wonders in the past, but is it enough to flip the zone in their favor? They're using it to make the space. Nolan off with a pick, but going down themselves. That's 3 down on PXG. It's just Gauze on the zone. 9, is this enough to stop? Moonlight has a game. Moonlight has a game, 9. Moonlight has a game.
Oh, I have a broom underneath my table right now, and I was about ready to bring it out for a hilarious bit of prop comedy. Instead, that bit will have to wait another day as Moonlight barely holds on to that game. And when Volti got that last jump in, I was so scared. In that position, Fufu, you see one person jumping in and you tunnel vision and you sit right next to it and you fire on it. And if Volti had traded that out in that position, there's no telling what would have happened. But instead, they hold firm, they stay disciplined, they stay composed, and they get their game. You know, despite, I would argue, a couple missteps with some of those jumps. But listen, Barnacle and Dime, one of the most practiced Splat Zones maps in really the entirety of the game. You know, credit them for their discipline of building up their specials and taking the zone back with confident flips. You know, I respect an S-Blast that can sit back and play for Booyah Bomb just to keep the game cycled and keep the game going. Great showing there, but now your award is you get to play against a Carbon Roller on Flounder Heights. This one may get rough in a hurry. We see a ton of knockouts here.
You didn't see it on my face, but I just frowned seeing Flounder Heights. You know, we said we wanted to keep the party going. We did not say we want to party at the apartment. I personally do not like Flounder Heights, but it is such an interesting map to play on. But it is also a map that you do not want to find yourself in a lockout position because you are fighting an uphill battle, literally.
Yeah. I mean, we ran numbers and stats on this years ago where we were looking at, you know, what the swingiest and snowballiest stages tended to be, at least when North American and European players played on it. And this was always at the top. Not necessarily that it was all 100 to zeros, but when teams held, they held for a long time, is typically how it ended up going. Like you said, it's uphill. And especially now with all the strong AoE weapons, you always have somebody watching your own wall, your own drop, things of that degree. And again, that counter pick came in lightning quick. It's been a minute since we've seen PXG make a counter pick, so, you know, credit to them. They've been sitting on this one for a while, but I just think, you know, this is double burst bomb that they have too, so they'll have, you know, their pick of where they move up these walls and try to attack. Of course, Crab Tank's so strong once it gets and is firing down on the hapless people trying to make their way to the apartment. So we'll see. You know, Moonlight has some different things that they could bring to the table here. You know, I've seen some dapples come out on this stage. I don't know if this will be the time for Shadow to bring that out, given clearly the Zimmy, I think, is what's been working for them. But you know, the teams are taking a little longer to get in here, so at least we presume there's some conversation being had.
There's some thinking. These guys are thinking for sure. And I'm honestly, I don't blame them for not playing Flounder for ages. I don't blame them for taking this long to think, because looking back, we had almost instant goes the last couple times. And I'm curious to see the changes that are going to take place from both of these teams if it comes down to that.
Well, here we go. If you are for Moonlight, this would be the start of the most incredible reverse sweep I've ever seen. If you are for PXG, you kind of want to get on with your day and win this now before it can get weird. So here we go. No changes coming out here from PXG, and I think Omega's Wiper is probably going to stay in hand for the rest of this one, Fufu.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like Moonlight find the comp that they are most comfortable with, and Gauze fashion going straight for it, but not quite able to get the results that they wanted. So Moonlight up one member, but Volti having their eyes on Nolan, ready for a big game in both Shadow and Nolan while they're at it, forcing, I don't know who that was, all the way back as well. That is an incredible play for PXG. Volti just may have put PXG in the best position they could possibly be in to start Omega.
Yeah, and Omega's going to make this interesting. I think they were even waiting for Volti there. That's what makes that pick so difficult, is I think Nolan was kind of sharking and waiting for that to happen. But listen, you can't react to a carbon roller, okay? Once it swings, it's already too late. They need Omega to come up big here, because right now the gates have been crashed upon on the other side. It's Gray fighting it out, and of course, Gray usually ends up winning those fights. Another one has gone down here, and Shadow, again, these players are trying to keep things up. They're trying to keep things interesting, but PXG's play is just so rock solid, and they aren't missing too many of these shots when it comes time to fight.
Yeah, and here's that faded crab that you were talking about earlier, shooting down at the members of Moonlight and not really giving them the option to move very far, even forcing the Booyah Bomb from Nolan, who really didn't want to go down. And Goss doing Goss things. We are waiting for the faded shark and faded kills to show up in place. Again, you are Moonlight. This is just so rough here, because really this lockout, especially against PXG, is probably one of the hardest lockouts you have to get out of, and you have less than 10 ticks to do so. And this might be game unless Shadow can make some waves here.
Yeah, unless Shadow can win a 1v4 against 4 players shooting in that direction. Listen, this is why it was the pick. The moment that PXG got a firm hold on the stage and dealt with Omega's flank, listen, we said it was snowballing. We said it was going to be strong for PXG. I don't know how much more we can say, other than congratulations to PXG for their victory today in the SendouQ Season 9 Finals. You know, Gray had made the joke, next Super Jump, I'll show up for my check in December. This is a pretty nice advance, I would say, for Gray. And a nice couple of days. You get to 5,000 XP, and then you come in and get a little payout for a short afternoon of work, or evening, I guess, over in Europe. Probably night at this point. But Fufu, they were the 1 seed for the reason, the prohibitive favorite. And although Moonlight came with some new ideas and some nice shifts to their comps that were already working, nobody was beating PXG today.
Unfortunately, but it seems like it may be in the books for the future, because Moonlight got really close. Once they were able to, figure themselves out, see what worked, things felt a lot closer. And maybe if they had figured that out earlier in the set, we might have seen a different grand finals. But PXG shows they were on top this season for a reason, enjoying both that little bit of cash and a trophy to go along with it.
Yeah, another one for the trophy case. PXG quickly becoming one of the most, accolade-heavy teams in all of Splatoon history. Pretty remarkable what run this team goes on. And I know it always changes a little bit in terms of, who specifically is on the team, what the permutation is, but it just seems like whenever they enter, they are the favorite. They don't tend to drop a whole lot of games on their way to winning those tournaments. But, for Moonlight, I do think this is a great learning experience here, because some of the teams that you're going to be up against, certainly in the North American League playoffs that are coming up here, that they're going to be strong. And now I think you have an idea of maybe a slight change to your new comp that you've been building up. Because again, I want to point out, this new comp that they've been running hasn't been a thing for that long. It's really only been the last couple of weeks of the league that they've started to trend in this direction. So it's a good learning experience for them. I know that they are all about the learning, all about the science behind it, always trying new things. So hopefully this will be good data for them, and a tip of the cap to them. Silver, not bad when there were teams like this.
Very, very proud of that second place placement as well for Moonlight. So don't give up hope. I want to see you guys next time. We love you guys as well. But that is going to wrap up the SendouQ Season 9 finale. 9. It was an amazing time on the mic. Where can the people find you?
Yeah, they can find me pretty much, 9-hole grains is not a particularly common name, as I have found. So if you type in 9-hole grains pretty much anywhere, you're going to find an account of mine somewhere. I will also go ahead now, and because Popgun is, right behind me at this point, you can't see him, and that's the scary part, whispering ABC into my ear. Super Jump 7 right around the corner. So I'll use my promotional time to instead promote Super Jump 7, where both Fufu and I will be commentating. It is a community major, one of the pillars of the community, as it were. So show up again. I know you're not doing anything else with your weekend, so come and watch some more Splatoon. So there you go. That's my promotion. Fufu, where can folks find you?
You guys can find me at Splatfufu on both Twitter and Blue Sky, where I will be commentating a while. As you said, I will be there at Super Jump 7. If you haven't registered, what are you doing? Go register, go do that. But we will be on the mic here in the near future and for, of course, even more future endeavors. So keep your ears and eyes out. For now, we are signing off. That was the SendouQ Season 9 finales. You guys have a good night.
Every play, every player, every pixel. We got it covered. At Broadcasting Esports Every Play, we open the discussion with our podcast, Splat Chat.
Stamp, either Screen or Kraken, and Cooler. Now Chara's
Support us with extra hands at broadcastbeep.com/help, or you can watch live at broadcastbeep.com/live. Let's put the community together and uplift the key players.